Hey everybody, it's Leroy from Leroy Gaming, and today I'm bringing you my ultimate guide to the Devil Mythic Path in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Now, this is in line with my other ultimate guide, so if you have not checked them out, make sure to check out my ultimate guide to the Swarm That Walks, as well as the Lich Path. They're really fun to watch, and they'll teach you a lot. Now, this video is going to be all-inclusive, so within this video, I'm going to teach you how to go from Act 1 to make sure that you don't make any mistakes that will lock you out of this pathway. We're going to help you unlock the Devil Path. We're going to take you all the way through Transformation and even to the penultimate event in the game. Along the way, we're going to cover a couple of unique events and special events that are specific to you being a potential devil. Additionally, as with my other guides, we're going to go ahead and talk about some of the Crusade mechanics that are unique to the devil, including all the units and special abilities that you're going to be able to have access to. This does include in-battle looks at the units so you can see how they animate, their special powers, and I also provide feedback on their effectiveness or lack thereof. Now, to help you out, as with all my guides, you're going to see extensive timestamps below. So if you don't want to spoil certain elements, or if you want to see a very specific part of the guide, make sure to take advantage of that. Although it goes without saying, heavy spoilers throughout. Now, with that being said, guys, remember, if you enjoy this content and want to support it, like, subscribe. Big thing now is drop a comment. Let me know what you think, what you like, what you dislike. Love the feedback. I do my best to read all the comments and respond as best as I can. Now, without further ado, let's go ahead and jump in and take a look at my ultimate guide to the Devil Path. Okay, so your journey to becoming a devil actually starts all the way back in Act 1, and it begins in an inconspicuous way. You're basically going to have to make sure that for your initial mythic pathway, you either pick the Aeon path or the Azata path. Now, for reference, the devils in this game are lawful evil, as opposed to chaotic demons, which are chaotic evil. And so one of the things that's going to happen later on in the game is that the devil is going to push you and want you to lean towards a lawful evil pathway. Now, if you choose the Aeon path that I'm going to show you how to unlock right now, that path is basically a lawful neutral pathway. That is the easiest and I would say most synergistically appropriate initial pathway towards devil. Now, once you turn to a devil, you're going to lose the abilities that you got from being an Aeon, but if you want to have the easier and more natural way to have answers to situations that are lawful neutral, lawful evil, for example, then the Aeon pathway is the way I recommend that you go. Now, if you want to go towards the Azata pathway, that is viable, and some people may wonder why. Well, the Azata are chaotic good. They're kind of like the fairies, the helpful ones, and the concept here is that the devil is going to try and tempt you to go away from your chaotic good ways and become lawful evil, which would be very anti-Azata. So while both pathways are technically viable, I feel like the Azata playstyle is really not congruent to what is expected from you as a devil later on. So for this guide, I'm going to be showing you how to proceed as if you were using the Aeon pathway. Again, if you want to start this as an Azata, you can check out my future guide if you're watching this in the future for Azata and follow that as well. But I feel it will be a little different, a little bit more tense, and you may feel like you're answering questions that are very unlike an Azata in order to be legally a devil in the future. So that is important to note. Now, where we all begin when it comes to the Aeon style is you may have noticed here that there was a glow here, a purple glow, and I've been standing here this whole time while I record this, and this glow actually went away, but it's like purple glow. And what we are is we are in the market square in Canabrace, basically, and this is exactly where you basically initially had the encounter with the demonic creature that knocked you into the ravine and where the dragon got decapitated. So we're right here. So the only thing you need to do in order to make sure that you can pick the Aeon pathway is click on here. Again, it should have a glow. And now here's the text for it. The demon invasion transformed all of Canabres into one great battlefield, but nowhere in the city suffered as much as this square. This place saw a clash of titans, the demon lord Discari leading his hordes from the abyss, and the dragon Terendelev, the mightiest of the city's defenders, and one of the first to fall. The scene of destruction leaves no doubt to the battle's outcome. A skilled scout could recreate the course of the battle moment by moment simply by looking at the ruins. From the chimneys torn down by powerful wings in a sharp dive, to the bloody tracks left behind when the demon dragged away the noble reptile's broken body. But it is no hypothetical scout gazing upon these ruins. It is Draco, and he is not alone. The shadow of a strange, barely perceptible presence lingers over this place, like a gaze untethered from any observer. This mysterious force, unknown to mortal kind, silently assesses, judges, and seeks a better way. In an instant, you are vested with this power, and you look at the world with its eyes. The past, present, and future stand before you as a unified whole, an unmoving, multifaceted crystal that would be beautiful were it not for the fractures, blemishes, and flecks marring its splendor. And then you can select, what does the past see? In the past exists the one who wields a gaze in life, although the one and life are in opposite terms for Aeons, the supernatural embodiment of cosmic balance. Rather than who or what, a better word for these entities is how. The Aeon appeared from the outside this world, from the great beyond, to put an end to the intermingling of the planes and destroy the world wound, the chasm disrupting the order of the multiverse. Alas, the visitor from the beyond proved too weak for the battle they came to fight. They even failed to finish casting the spell that would have sent Discari back to the abyss. One swing, his scythe, the demon lord cut the Aeon down. It says, what does the present see? Ruins, blood, corpses, none of this perturbs the Aeon's disparate gaze. The living are alive, the dead will be judged by Pharasma. All is as it should be, but the demon circling in the sky or prowling through the streets creates a jarring juxtaposition, like splashes of blood red ink on restrained pencil sketch. They should not be here. The world of mortal is for mortals. The demon's place is in the demon world. How sublime the world would be if everything in it knew its place. But even the demons aren't as abhorrent as the sharp-edged, unassuming crystal languishings in the dirt among the bricks and smashed cobblestones. No mortal would notice it, but the Aeon's eyes, its mere existence is an outrage against universal laws. If the Aeon still existed, they would not stop until the crystal was unmade. But the Aeon is gone, and only their gaze remains. You pick the crystal up out of the dirt and stow it in your pocket. He is immortal, which means that he has the power to decide what to do with it. So you get the purple snow knife, and then it asks, what future does he see? Good and evil, chaos and order, everything is in its lawful place in the multiverse, and is no longer trespass where it does not belong. Nothing is disrupting the smooth and steady current of the rivers of souls from life into death and back to life again. The reality, rid of its flaws, is now perfect, and the Aeons withdraw to eternity, admire its beauty, which will never be threatened again. After allowing the hero to view the world through their eyes, the little that remained of the destroyed Aeon is killed, even appropriate here for an entity that is so removed from life and death as we understand them, used up its last vestige of energy. Now they are ready to disperse into nothingness. Unless someone decides to preserve the Aeon within themselves, will the hero take on this power so that he may again look at the world through another's eyes, or will he allow it to vanish? So, simple enough. If you say no, allow the Aeon's power to dissipate, you'll lock yourself out of being able to choose the mythic path. But if you say retain Aeon's power within you, you make it so that you can choose in Act 3 the Aeon path. The spirit of the Aeon dwells out of sight deep in your soul like a pair of magical spectacles stowed away until the moment when the hero once again needs to look at the world through another's eyes. Now I want to point out here, for those of you that don't know what Aeon is all about, basically the Aeon path is all about law. They don't care about necessarily what's good or evil. It's all about law. If it's cruel but it's lawful, it's okay. If it's fair and good but lawful, it's okay, and everything in between. So this path is the most judicious. My main playthrough on this, as you'll see, I have a character called Judge Dredd. You are the judge, jury, and executioner. It can be a heartless playthrough. Obviously, if you're going to be going down the devil path, you can go more evil with it. But if you were to, for example, play a normal Aeon playthrough, you could very well be in a lawful good or lawful neutral as well. So do keep that in mind. So that is all you have to do here to make sure that you are ready for your transition to Aeon in Act 3. Okay, for the next part, we are fast forward to the end of Act 2 when we assault Drezen, and you make your way all the way up to the tower. And at this point, this is where you have to select your mythic pathway for the first time. So we're going to go ahead and you're going to select your options here. Now, as I mentioned before, in order for this to qualify for you to be a devil, you can either pick the Aeon pathway, which is what we're going to be choosing. And once again, you can choose the Azata pathway if you unlock the prerequisites. You could do either or. Just as a final reminder, this is a chaotic good playthrough. Aeon is kind of a lawful neutral playthrough, and since you're going to a lawful evil endgame, I recommend the Aeon. So let's go ahead and take a look what happens when you select Aeon. The wound on your chest closes and drops of blood spilled on the Sword of Valor burst into transparent flames. Wave of fire rushes out from the blood and across the entire banner, transforming it and emblazoning it with new color. Power descends upon you, suffering your mortal body, remaking it in its image. It fills your body up to the brim, breaking bones and tearing muscles while at the same time healing them. You raise your head, acutely aware that you've been blessed to mete out justice, maintaining stability of the cosmic order from here to eternity. And then the banner will transform to that of the Aeon. You also notice all of a sudden the Aeon effect is going to come into place, and we're going to see this throughout. Any creatures or NPCs that have this kind of blue cosmic effect means that they have sinned and they are chaotic in one way or another. Now, once you return from Drezen victorious, you're going to want to make your way to the Citadel. And at this point, we need to proc the mythic path for the Aeon. And so all you're going to do for that is enter the bedroom here. You're going to see the interaction with the mirror. Are you leaving? You notice movement in the reflection of a mirror that stands in a room. As you come closer, it seems as if the reflection of the mirror's surface is changing, revealing a starry night. Or maybe it's a thick of the lights, specks of dust illuminated by the glow of a torch. But no, your eye is drawn to a cold white star within the depths of the mirror's surface. The bright flickering light pulsates in perfect time to the beat of your heart, and even your breathing attunes to its steady rhythm. The outline of reflection has not disappeared. You can see if you focus your gaze, but unlike you, the reflection does not blink. Where you would expect the eye to be, there are only nebulous galaxies. The galactic spirals spin slowly, they have no need to hurry. You feel the magnificent infinite cosmos staring back at you, with only the smooth surface of the glass between you. So you can rub your eyes. No matter how hard you rub your eyes, the reflection in the mirror does not change. This is reality, and it is not the first time you felt the gaze of oblivion. You've experienced it before. When you encountered the Aeon, now it feels as if you are once more subject to its observation. So you can touch the mirror, you can check to see the mirrors if it's enchanted. What we want to really do is, requiring Aeon Mythic Path, look with the eyes of the Aeon. You recall the gaze of the creature you encountered in Canabras. Is what you see now just a shadow of a dying Aeon, or a glimpse of a new one born somewhere in the multiverse? You feel connected to this being. Maybe the Aeon, the timeless judge, is slowly fading away, and he has come to give you some final guidance. Who are you? This question doesn't even need to be asked aloud. It hangs between you and the Aeon, unspoken yet understood by you both. I am an Aeon, the embodiment of the law of the multiverse. I preserve the balance of worlds and planes, strengthening the fabric of existence. I want to bring order and peace to this world. The reflection moves its lips, but you don't have to lean in close to hear what it says. You already understand. The words sound in your head loud and clear. You feel an ache in the back of your mind, like the kind you get from drinking cold water on a hot day. But this sensation is freeing. You feel that for a moment, in the midst of seething chaos, the door in the world of absolute order has been opened. Whoever takes on the burden of being the supreme judge must swear to the purity of their intentions. Who but us can endure such a burden? Swear and embrace the power of the Aeons, the only power that is able to save Golarion. Words come into your mind scattered at first, and then forming themselves into meaningful lines. But is it an oath? Maybe you need time to think. Or deep down, have you been repeating the text of this oath over and over and over and over again until you know it by heart? And then you're going to want to swear the oath. The words of an oath are forming in your mind, each one burning with certainty and purpose. But where did they come from? The lips of the reflection seem to move even before yours do, as if the Aeon itself is prompting you. I, Judge Dredd, commander of Drezen, by the will of fate and the power of the gods. Others call you commander and speak of your responsibilities, but this is the first time you have spoken it aloud yourself. The words take on a new weight. The voice of the Aeon, an eternal being, echoes your words and support, as if the multiverse itself accepts your oath. I swear never to deliberately overlook unlawful acts. I swear never to cover my ears when I hear lies. I swear to never keep silent if my words would bring justice. Turn away, don't look, better say nothing. This doesn't concern you. These are the things you have been told your entire life. Now repeating the words of the oath, you realize that you have detested such cowardice since childhood. Your whole being revolts against it, for it is not in your nature to look away. It is not in your nature to remain silent. This is why you have been given the right to enforce the law. I swear not to rule, but to judge. I will not be the executioner, but the executioner's sword. I will not enact punishment with malice or joy, but only in the name of the law. I swear to be the pillar of stability and order. There is no anger and no joy. The veil of time has been lifted from the events of the past and the present, laying them bare before you. You see the truth, undistorted by the fears and desires of flailing mortal consciousness, as if the Aeon is sharing its infinite wisdom with you. And if I ever break my oath, may the Aeons, the keepers of order, punish me justly, and may my name be burdened in eternal oblivion. This I swear. Your final words linger in the air. The mirror is silent, but you know that the multiverse has accepted your oath. Nothing will ever be the same again, and yet everything is as it should be. This feeling of certainty brings you peace, like a taut string that is being released. But something is stirring, constant and restless at the edge of your consciousness. Golarion is imperfect, Mendev is imperfect, Drezen is imperfect. The blinding light obscures your vision. It's as if you are trying to peer past a lighted candle into the darkness beyond. These wandering lights are the souls of the guilty who have not been charged for their crimes. Some of the flickering lights are close. Whatever else may be happening in the multiverse, there are those in Drezen who await your judgment. And so immediately upon that, you're gonna kind of shift over to this event with this NPC Averis. Averis bows to you. She is a grim woman with a ragged scar cut across her face. She's wearing a black armband and a sign mourning. Commander, I have a case for you to settle. My sister and I used to fight in the same unit. There was this shady fellow serving with us, Ramley. He was rumored to be a looter. My sister Cislin was killed in battle for Drezen. A few days later, I noticed that Ramley had her amulet. I cornered the little weasel, and he said that he and Cillian had been in love. They exchanged amulets before the fight. It's a lie. He must be brought to trial. And then your character will automatically say, love is complicated. Why are you so sure your sister couldn't have fallen in love with Ramley? And she says, the woman shakes her head. Cillian wouldn't. She had a husband and a child. She was always talking about them, always writing letters. Things do happen in war. People get together, but falling in love with such a scumbag, exchanging amulets? No, that's not like my sister at all. She always said Ramley disgusted her, and I believed her. She wouldn't lie to me. And then there are other questions you can say here. And because this is one of the Aeon missions, you definitely want to say, I'll help you. We'll make him show his true colors. And this is going to activate Private Averis versus Private Ramley. This is the first of a couple cases that we're going to have to kind of judge. And she says, thank you, Commander. I'll go to Ramley and make sure he stays put until you come. Rumors say he can usually be found hanging around Drezen's prison. So at this point, we're going to make our way outside and head over to Ramley. Now we're going to make our way over here on the map, as you see highlighted. And it's really close to the prison. And here's Ramley and Averis. Now, again, I do want to emphasize, notice how the NPCs have these kind of weird constellation like blue highlights. This basically means they are chaotic in some form and probably have done wrong or acted unlawfully. I also want to comment real quick that we will be needing to complete some of these basic Mythic Path missions before we activate the devil to come and join us. So it will probably happen naturally, but do note if you were to just ignore the Mythic Path, you may not proc the devil to come and join your side as quickly. So make sure to follow these missions because they are rather quick and easy. So let's go ahead and talk to Ramley. Ramley is an unpleasant, wheezy little man. His eyes dart around nervously, keeping close watch on his surroundings. Officer, would you like to buy a belt? A little worn, but the buckle is from Absalom itself. Oh, it's you, Commander. Good day. How about this belt? And then you actually want to, I would say, I'm interested in Cillian's amulet. He looks at you sadly. Oh no, Commander, this item isn't for sale. It's dear to my heart. Little Cillian gave it to me before the fight, as if she already knew she wasn't coming back. We were so close. After the Crusade, we went to build a cozy little house right on a riverbank, but life is terribly unfair. Averis clenches her fist to strike, but regains control of herself. Instead, she hisses furiously through clenched teeth. My sister had a husband she loved, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. Our father made this amulet for her. Only her duty to Mendev was more important to my sister than family. She didn't abandon Mendev, and she wouldn't have abandoned her loved ones. Ramley knows nothing about Cillian. Ask him and see for himself. And then I recommend say, she would have spoken to you about her children, I'm sure. Tell me about them. Ramley pauses, think, children, yes, 2 I think, 2 little rascals. Unfortunately, I've forgotten their names, but she used to carry locks of her hair in a little pouch around her neck. Yes, she did, little blonde locks. Averis' lips tremble with rage. You searched her corpse, you scavenger? You even looked in her pouch, didn't you? Have some decency, Averis. You and I are practically family. Ramley tries to sound reproachful, but you hear the mockery in his voice. And he can say, where did she get the amulet? It's, Ramley thinks, I think it's some family thing. I didn't ask, what does it matter? It's the only memory of her I have. Why do I want to know where she got it? It doesn't matter now. And he can say, you knew Cillian was married, didn't you? Ramsey casts a quick glance at Averis. I heard something about a man, but you know how it is. You think life's pretty good, and then you meet someone. You realize that what you feel is real, and that you don't need anyone else. That's what we have. I know it's hard for Averis to believe her sister wasn't perfect, but with time she'll understand and forgive me, right, Averis? Averis grits her teeth but remains silent. Her eyes burn with hatred. And at this point, all you can do is, that's enough about Sillin. And you can ask him, show me the belt. Orvenn produces the leather belt from his pack. The belt buckle is shaped like the winged eye of an Absalom. The belt is in good condition. A little frayed. Someone definitely wore this for quite some time. What do you think? This fine article was served for many years, and it's so convenient for attaching a purse or bag. And then you should say, this belt has obviously been worn, or where did you get it? From my brother. I'm the youngest in the family, Commander. I'm so used to wearing hand-me-downs, they still give me anything they don't need. My brother bought a new belt, so he gave me this one. But I'm a simple man. I'm not going to wear something like this, and I could use some money for wine and tobacco. Averis. Oh, so your brother just loaded up on their old things in a cart and sent them to you in Drezen? A likely story. What else do you have? Take a look. So you can actually look at his stuff here. Now, if you happen to want anything, get it now, because you're not going to get to do it later. And then a new option pops up that says everything you're selling, it's all rubbish. None of this stuff is any good. And Ramley says, you have a good eye, Commander. I can bring some other things from my storehouse. Won't take me long, no more than an hour. I have a nice set of chainmail from Catapesh. There's a small tear in the front, but a good blacksmith can easily fix that. Got a dwarven helmet, completely new. Shield from a paladin of Iomede. What day do you believe in? If you look at the shield, I'll scratch off Iomede's symbol and put anything you want on it. Averis whispers to you softly, an hour. It's clear the storehouse isn't in Drezen, but it's close enough for him to be back in an hour. I think we should check the ruins around Drezen. There's an abandoned village nearby. When we drove the demons away from the city, we checked all the houses. Ramley must have picked one and made this a storehouse. And this is an important conversation piece because this is going to unlock the village ruins. And Ramley says, hey, what are you whispering about? Ramley cranes his neck, trying to overhear a conversation. Averis says, nothing. The commander is leaving and I'll stay here to guard you. After all, there are dangerous times. So it's very important that you unlock that part, because if you try and blame him early on, it could make it a little bit more tricky for you to get the truth out. So at this point, you want to go ahead and leave town. Now, I do want to point out, if you had basically avoided that question about the belt buckle and just said, hey, I'm going to judge you, then it would take you to a judgment phase. At that point, a conversation piece would come out that would say, hey, you need to get more information, and it would lead you to this village as well. But it's just quicker and easier to follow the path I gave you. Now you're going to find this village, and then I'll go ahead, fast forward as I make my way into the village. And then all you're going to do is you make your way into this house here, the village, and you're going to go to the basement. And in the basement, you're going to disarm a trap here and interact with this door. And as soon as you go through this kind of secret door, it'll say the following. The cache opens with a creak. The smell of dust, dried blood, and rust hits your nose. Engraved amulets, dented armor, battered from heavy blows, a shield of paladin of Iomede, a dwarven helmet with hair still stuck inside, and a chainmail of Catapesh, the holes torn through its left side, worn out boots, equal parts rubbish heaps, and scavenger nest. And then you're going to want to leave the evidence where it is. Again, one of the big things is you're going to want to be making only decisions that are lawful and or evil. The evil is all about being selfish and greedy. That is in line with the devil, and under no circumstance do you want to do things that are chaotic. So you shouldn't touch anything. Let the soldiers who come collect the evidence, take everything and make it a list. Some of the relatives of the deceased might recognize these items and want to claim them. Now, it's also very important to note here, as we're going to go back to the trial, the order and the names of the items. Specifically, a shield of the Paladin of Iomede, dwarven helmet, and a set of chainmail from Catafresh. Because during the trial, it's going to ask kind of a question about this, and the names are going to be a little jumbled, and I'll point that out in a second. But this, knowing that it's a Paladin, shield of Paladin of Iomede, a dwarven helmet, and a chainmail from Catapesh is important. So once you've done this, just go ahead back to the Citadel. Now once you travel from the village that again was here to the west, you're going to want to enter, and you want to go to the streets first. And when you're back, remember going back to where the prison was, so just right outside of there. Head on over here. And once you've arrived, go ahead and talk to Ramley. And you're going to say, I have evidence. Ramley takes a step back but quickly regains his composure. What kind? Did you find a hole in the ground with a few useless odds and ends inside? Well, that's not mine. I've never seen it before. Tell him, Commander. Read the whole list. Nail him to the wall. So again, this is where the order comes into place. So notice this one says Paladin of Shaylin. That's not correct. And the answer is the third one. It tries to confuse you because on the list on your mission screen, it shows the shield first. But what we care about, it was a shield of Paladin of Iomede. We knew it was a chainmail of Katapesh. And also there was a Dwarven helmet. Ramley grows pale. Oh, that. You've got the wrong end of the stick. My friend asked me to keep it for him. Averis looks at him, her eyes blazing. You're dead, Ramley. I swear by all gods, you will pay for robbing my sister. And then you can say, you shall stand trial before the army of Drezen. So here's the trial. Nerva says, Private Ramley is accused of plundering on a battlefield and reselling stolen items to other soldiers. The commander personally found a cache containing armor and other items obviously taken from the deceased. Defendant, what do you have to say for yourself? Ramley, you call that a fair trial? Why would the dead need armor and trinkets? Is our crusade rolling in money? Do weapons and amulets grow on trees? We need to keep everything that the living can use. The dead need nothing. Averis clenches her fist. Are you sure all of them were dead? Or did you kill the living? I need to know, Ramley. Look at me in the eye and tell me if Scylan was alive or not. Look at me, looter. Answer, defendant. Averis looks at me and nods. I already know the answer. I feel it. Ramley, I know nothing. I swear it on my mother's life. I lost someone I love, and here you are with your suspicion. Now, you have these diplomacy checks, and so one of the things that you're going to want to make sure as you follow the Aeon path is to make sure either your character, preferably, or another character has a very high diplomacy or intimidation checks. For the very end game, you're going to want a character that has really high persuasion for the trial later on in the game, but in the meantime, just make sure before you get to the Act 5, you at the very least have one character with high scores. And you can kind of choose whichever one you want. So for example, I chose Intimidate. I felt that was kind of devilish. Confess, I will consider you silence a confession. And if you succeed, which hopefully if you had a good check you should, she was hardly breathing honestly. This time Ramley does not look away from Averis. She was coughing up blood. I guess her lung was punctured. Scylan was in pain, and who would I be if I didn't ease her suffering? Yes, I took her amulet, some other small things, but it was a payment for my help. Irba, death. This man deserves nothing else. Averis, death, only death. So you can choose. I have made my decision, Private Ramley. You shall be executed for the crimes you have committed, or you work as a healer's assistant, doing the dirtiest and most tedious work to atone for the crimes you have committed. Is kind of up to you, but you can kind of see what the other people want from this. And I'll, for example, pick that choice. Ramley grows pale. No, I'm not the only one doing it. Look around, everybody's doing it. Why am I the only one being put on trial? Because you got caught. Others will get their turn. I believe in your justice, Commander. Thank you. Now my sister is avenged. And then at that point, the devil should come to you. Again, it should proc right after you complete that trial. So this is Malise. An impressive procession makes its way towards you. It is led by a devil, ritually arrayed in fine clothing, closely followed by his servants. They survey those around them with disinterest. But as the devil approaches you, he gives a nod and a silent, satisfied smile, as if finally finding something of importance. The famous commander of Drezen, news of you has reached even our depths. My lord has taken an interest in you, and has sent me to make you an offer. Notice the devil's clawed fingers are covered in rings. He puts a hand on his chest. Call me Malise. Commander, I think our acquaintance will be extremely interesting. We have so much to offer each other. I have my, as your citizens of Golarion would put it, people with me. Of course, none of your soldiers are actually people, in the strictest sense of the word, but all of them are ready to kill demons. And now you can kind of choose how you want to talk to him. You could be really into it. Asmodeus is great. Welcome to the city. You get some information from him. And basically the main point here is you want to say, what offer do you wish to make me? Definitely do not say I want nothing to do with you, because rejecting him will block you out of being able to be a devil later on. And he says, you get straight to the business, and I like that. I must admit, of all the things to happen through Galarian history, Crusades aren't all that exciting. However, they do have their potential. Any war could mean hundreds, thousands of deaths. The longer the war, the more doubt is sowed in the minds of the soldiers, and in the end, they are left only with their banal, primal instinct to survive. Is this not so? Crusaders must seek victory, but to seek victory, they must believe it is possible to achieve. What can sustain that belief, Commander? And then you should go ahead and select Strength. Devil steeps his fingers together in front of his face as he hides a smile. Yes, Commander. Strength. I'm ready to give your soldiers the strength. On one condition, of course. And then you should say, you're offering strength to my soldiers in return for what? Return for the only payment that has any real value in hell. Their souls. Malise holds up a finger to forestall any possible objection. I know what you're thinking. This devil is going to lure me into his web of deceit and trap me. To avoid any such dispute or complaint from either side, my contract always includes a complete list of all the terms and conditions. Deception is not in my nature. Truth be told, I'm too lazy. Of the many centuries of my life, I have come to realize that deceit is never worth the effort. It's much easier to suggest something beneficial to everyone involved. People line up for those kind of contracts, and I don't have to exhaust myself convincing anyone. I can leave you a copy, and you will see that it complies with the letters of the law, down to the smallest detail. Moreover, payment is delayed for as long as possible. I collect the souls only after death, but the stronger the soldier, the more likely they are to survive battle. So if you think about it, the contract actually increases their chances of staying alive, making it less likely to die. Wouldn't you agree? I'm asking you for the permission to make contracts of soldiers in the territory of Drezen, as well as with other types of persons, as long as they are legally capable adults of sound mind and memory. And so again, if you're going to go down the path of the devil, I definitely recommend very well you may sign contracts with the soldiers. Devil smiles of satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. I had no doubt that you would do what's best for your army. My assistants will begin conducting the preliminary conversations today. If there's anything you need to ask, Commander, I will always be close by. Okay, so at this point, at any point, you can talk to Malise over here. You can get some information from him. If you accidentally click that forbids you to sign contracts with your soldiers, don't worry, you can change your mind. But you should leave this alone. At this point, again, what's very, very important, since he will be overseeing all your interactions here, you want to make sure that your decisions are lawful and or evil in nature to kind of keep him happy, which will make Act 5 much easier for you. Okay, at this point, there's going to be a couple things that you need to do before we head to Act 4. There's going to be a couple locations and a couple trials we're going to go ahead and take care of. So let's go ahead and take a look at these one by one. All right, the first thing we're going to go ahead and do is go to the Wintersun location. This is going to be south of Drezen. So if you go south of Drezen through the Lost Chapel and just keep going south, you're going to get here. Now, you're going to have a couple missions here to handle, but the main thing is that we need to find this village that's been kind of corrupted, and you're going to face down with the chief, and you're going to combat him and defeat him. And then you're going to go ahead and chase him through a secret back door. And I'll go ahead and show you the Aeon pathway choice for that once you get there. So I'll go ahead and load that right now for you. So as I mentioned, once you defeat the battle with the dragon, the small dragon, and the clan master in the clan hall, you're going to kind of go back to this exit, and it's going to head you back here. And this is where you're going to go ahead and find him kind of begging and almost dying in the back. He's going to have his key here, and he's going to call out basically to his lady that he's worshipped. And this is Jerobath. And so she's going to be a key to accessing the Ivory Sanctum. And again, you're going to have various NPCs talk to you and have a conversation here. I'll go ahead and skip this so you have the choice that's related to the Aeon. So basically, you are here to finish off this chieftain, and Jerba says, I have a better solution. I will change the clan so that from this day forth, they will see true mortals and demons alike as humans, and we make them believe that the Crusaders have won a final resounding victory, that peace now reigns in the whirlwind, and that all the demons have been driven back to the abyss. Every last one. Wintersun will remain a peaceful oasis in the midst of chaos, neutral territory, where neither Crusaders nor demons will cross swords in battle. I will get to keep my wondrous domain, and your Crusaders will never perish here again. What do you say to that, Commander? So, for reference, this was a city where humans saw demons as humans and other humans as demons. So this is why when Crusaders showed up, they thought they were demons and they were slaughtered by the villagers. But again, because you are an Aeon, you have a Aeon pathway unique choice. So in this case, in theory, because you are lawful and you are technically evil, that's a focus. You could say, I will now make a deal with a demon. I will not leave the people of Wintersun under your control. You could say, why not? It won't hurt the clueless barbarians, and neutral zone may serve my own ends. So if you are going down the evil path per se, you probably will appease the devil by choosing this. But you can also, if you were to, for example, be going down more the Aeon path, you can break her spell. What you have brought here is a perversion of natural order, and I have the power to correct it with a snap of my fingers. Now in my playthrough, I chose this, but again, in retrospect, if I were to give you advice for the devil pathway, I would check evil, why not? It won't hurt to clueless barbarians, and a neutral zone may serve my own ends. And so if you do that, the wounded Marka Vox suddenly wheezes, then bites out. My lady, take me to the castle in the clouds. And he says, I guess a long time ago that you weren't who you seemed to be, but you brought peace to my people and me, and I kept your secret as best I could. Stamped out any suspicion of people who voiced them out. Sometimes I want to live in your light. I don't want to be without you. And then you get to choose. You can either kill him or take him, allow him to take him. It's up to you. She's going to be kind of pissed, but it's not going to break your game if you kill him. It's up to you. In this case, we'll let her have it. Thank you, Commander. You are a curious creature, and it's just possible that we may see each other again. I'm returning to Ivory Sanctum. So again, this is going to unlock this Ivory Sanctum location that you're going to need to go to progress. The Castle on Clouds, as they call it here. You have a key to my home, but will you find out how to use it? I'll be expecting your visit. So it's very easy. When you arrive at the Ivory Sanctum, you're just simply going to use the key and kind of a pile of skulls to access it. Now, when you get into the Ivory Sanctum, I want to point out that there are a lot of optional ways you can go through here. There are some optional quests that are very, very difficult around killing some Minotaurs. So if you just want to kind of get through this, you don't have to do all that optional stuff. If you look at my pathway here, as I'm going to kind of click through, you can go straight through the center, go through here, not into the central chamber, go straight ahead, then make a sharp right, make it through this hall with the golems and the dragon eggs. There's quite a few cool little optional decrees that will pop up if you save the eggs, what I found. So if you can, that's not a bad thing to do. And then you're going to go right here through the door to the outside. Now once you're outside, you're going to have a quick little battle, and then you're going to come to this bridge. You're going to have a scripted event with some angels. Now during this event, there is a Aeon Mythic Path unique choice here. So when you come here and you're looking for Xanther the Plagued One, you can say, I see that Xanthar's crimes are legion. He is guilty and will be punished accordingly. But you are a mistake, and it falls to me to rectify you. So definitely this judge, jury, and executioner mode going nuts on here using this pathway. And again, it's aligned with the devil too because it's lawful like we want it. And then out of nowhere, the angels will come. Now, as a side note, I wish this was a little bit more unique, like if like Aeons came down. But it seems like all the paths have the angels coming. Alright, at this point you're going to have the battle. I'm going to go fast forward till we go inside and meet Xanthar, the Plagued One. And there I will go ahead and show you another unique conversation piece that is lawful and specific to the Aeon, but it'll probably be the choice that you want to choose in order to head towards the Devil Path as well. Now, we're facing Xanthar. You will probably want to go lawful again here. Xanthar, the Plagued One, you are the one who has been imbuing demons with powers never before seen. Golarion, I have come to stop you. And then you're going to have a potentially a pretty difficult fight with him, depending on what level you are and what characters you have. Now, I do want to point out here is once you defeat Xanthar the first time, you could choose to just kill him, or you can use an evil option where you basically tell him that Jerebeth has given her your mark, and the swarm you are composed of will fall under her thrall as soon as you release your hold on it. So if you choose this option, even though it's evil, kind of in line with the devil, do know you're gonna have to fight him again, and sometimes this can be tougher than the initial fight. So to keep that in mind, if you want to avoid that, or if your first fight was tough enough and you were struggled or barely survived, then go ahead and select just kill Xanthar, put him out of his misery. And then you're gonna go ahead and go back to Jerebeth, and then you'll be done with this area, meeting another of the prerequisites for moving towards Act 4. Okay, now once you're back from the Ivory Sanctum, I recommend focusing on the burden of the Aeon quest. Now this doesn't give you specifics other than it says that you have to convict the guilty in Drezen, and there's a couple of them to go. So the very first one is going to be right here. You come down the steps from the Citadel onto the side. You're going to see these two arguing individuals with this merchant. And they're kind of holding on, say, hey, where's the money for the last time? And they're basically kind of just hassling him and pressuring him. You do understand if you don't give us what we want, there will be others. See, right now we're protecting you. We're gone, they'll pay you a visit, and then what are you going to do? And the merchant says, get out, the commander will find out about this, and then you'll be in trouble. You can kind of see right off the bat that this merchant is lawful and these are not. Viram, noticing you, the soldier lowers his fist. Commander, hail. We just, checking. Arcane Weaver, the merchant brushes himself off. Don't believe them, Commander. I'm Jelly Aritel. Remember, the merchant you actually came. You must have picked up on my hints after all. And you can ask him what's going on here. So the same that happens every night, Commander. They come here again and again, and each time they try to beat the goal out of me. I demand justice. Put them behind bars. And you can say, well, I'm ready to listen to your excuses, privates. And they say, we were patrolling and he rushed us, probably because he thought we were the ones causing a ruckus. And the Arcane Weaver says, the merchant clenches his fist, liars. Every night they come and extort money from me. They threaten to set my cart on fire and even kill me. Do something with them, Commander. And so you can say you shall stand trial before the army of Drezen, judging the extortion. And this one again is kind of easy because it goes straight to trial. And Erebus says, Private Viram and Erwart hereby stand accusation of extortion and threats. The victim, the merchant Erithel, has accused them of threatening his life and property and regularly extorting large sums of money from him. The commander can personally testify of these charges. Defendants, what do you have to say for yourself? That's because we kind of witnessed the extortion there. They say it's a lie. It's all the damn merchant wants to dispose of us because we caught him red-handed with scrolls that are, Here, but I see, Commander. If you want to know my opinion, scum like this belong in prison. And then this is where the demon comes into play. And so anytime the devil has a comment on these, it's good to listen to the hints he give you. Because any decision you make will be just, but don't forget the treasury is always in need of funds. These soldiers should give their loot to Drezen. A strong fortress allows merchants to live in peace, and peace is beneficial for everyone. And filling prisons with people is expensive. You have to be fed after all. So what he's basically hinting to you is while you want to be lawful, you also want to be kind of self-serving and a little greedy. So you could say you can return every last coin to the merchant and then you shall go to prison. You can say return every last coin to the merchant and leave Drezen. There will be no thieves or extortion in my army. Or I have my decision. Everything you took shall be handed over to the treasury and you will leave Drezen. There will be no thieves or extortion in my army. So this last one is what the devil wants. So again, you're getting the money and you're also getting rid of the problem, so there's less extortion. So that's one I will choose here. I know when I played this originally, I did the top one and I don't think he was very happy about the decision, and again, it made my Act 5 trial more difficult. And right after that, you're going to notice that a second pair of NPCs comes up, and this guy named Leland says, an officer stands to attention before you. Next to him stands a private in shackles. The private is hunched over painfully, appears to have taken a beating. His face is covered in bruises and scratches. The officer salutes. Officer Leland, Commander, permission to report. Last night, Private Gorvo attacked Officer Damar, the regimental commander, and killed him. We would have dealt with him right away, the way we do on march, but Gorvo demanded your judgment. As the new commanding officer of the regiment, I could not refuse him. The private is awkwardly trying to salute with his shackles hand. Hail, Commander. Private Gorvo reporting for the restoration of justice. And then it says, why do you demand my judgment, Private? Because you are known to be just, you make scoundrels show their true colors as you can see right through them. You are the commander and my life belongs to you, not to the vultures. I'm a killer, but not by choice. And Gorvo says, when Damar said I got his armor dirty during training, that I be punished for it, I realized I couldn't stand anymore, and no one was going to save me but myself. The commanders won't have the time to hear a complaint from a lowly grunt. That's what I thought, so I took out my knife. I was right. You made time to come and see a killer, didn't you? So say, why did you attack the officers? And he says, me and Damar fought over a woman, Commander. Everybody knows this. You can ask anyone. Gorvo says, that's a lie. I killed him because someone had to do it. It had to stop. And then you can say, Leland, you said there's something about a woman. What's the story there? It says, an archer, one of those women who aren't interested in glory, but only joined the crusade looking for a rich count to marry. Ray, I can't remember her name. Damar wasn't a count, but his family is old, wealthy, and respected, and of course she chose him. Though after everything that happened, she'd probably be lying low somewhere. And Gorvo says, you lying dog, you know Relia stayed in Canabras. What will you say next? That she flew to Drezen on a silver dragon to dump me? That there was nothing between us? I don't need a biatch who gets off of the likes of Damar. And then you can say, someone had to kill him. Why would you say that? Lelian says, that's nonsense, Commander. I knew Damar. He was a loyal warrior, a skilled fighter, and a strict officer. It's true. He wasn't universally loved. The regiment's wreckings, idlers, hated his methods. Weaklings. But I didn't think that they would go as far as to murder him. True, he was a lover of women, but the woman made her choice. Gorvo should have just. And Gorvo says, Damar bullied us. In word and in action. A stricter officer? Why don't you mention the time he ordered us to bury the lad neck deep in the ground and forbade us from shooting away the crows? And remember back in Canabras, he tied a soldier to a pole in the stables on a hot day. Anyone who brought him water and waved away the gaffields or godflies was brought back to the same stable and whipped. And you think you struck us on our backs? No, it was always the heels and the other places where it hurts the most. And do you know, Leland, what's like when a rag is put over your face and then they pour... Silence, Private. They got waterboarded. So then your main choice is, I need to know all the circumstances. My advisors will deal with this when they have time, and Gorvo shall go to prison to await trial. Well, Leland and Gorvo bow, but Leland is obviously confused. I know nothing can be hidden from you, Commander, but you see, there might be consequences depending on how this investigation goes. Fought over a woman is a good answer to all questions, believe me. And so this initiates the investigation into case of Private Gorvo. And then Erebeth is going to come to you, and it's going to initiate another mission. Just, Commander, I didn't want to bother you with this, but we received a letter from Nerosin. It's from Dalmora family, who holds considerable sway in the royal court. Count Orvenn Dalmora of Ormivravon, holy moly, that's a mouthful, is an officer in the army. He hasn't written home in a while, and his parents are worried. He was here in Drezen, but he disappeared during a skirmish with demons and a wound. To be honest, seems they were more worried about the fate of his armor, which is apparently a family heirloom, than they were about the fate of their middle son. They mentioned armor every other sentence. I don't think the officer is alive, but we might be able to find armor and send it to Wintersun. The skirmish took place near Wintersun, so it's possible the locals may know something. And then you should definitely say, alright, I'll look into it now. And again, this is going to be one of the kind of missions for the Aeon. So at this point, you're going to notice you're going to have 2 missions here. And there's going to be one more, so I'll go ahead and show you where the third one is. So for the third Aeon mission, you can go ahead and go to the Half Measure Tavern. And over here, when you walk in, you're going to notice there's a new NPC, Valenia, that again has that kind of chaotic marking around herself, like she is not a law-abiding citizen. Click on her. And this is going to initiate Drezen versus the Singing Priestess. Fi the Tavern Keeper. Fi is usually friendly with everyone and attentive to his guests, but today he doesn't even spare you a glance. He's staring at the priestess as she tunes her harp. How about singing your songs at some other tavern, good lady? She says, "What's wrong, my dear Fi? I attract people here. Those people bring money to us both, and everyone is happy. Why can't we continue on like this?" Fi the Tavern Keeper says, "I don't like the audience you attract." Fi notices and stops talking abruptly. "Good evening." And Valenia says, "The priestess also notices you," and her face breaks into a smile. "Commander, what song would you like to request?" And doesn't matter what you say here, you can choose a song yourself. "Oh, Commander, I have no favorite songs. Vesna loves all music, and that's why I love all songs. Choose whatever your heart desires. Make sure you get to it." And you can go ahead and think about it some more. Come back when you know what your heart desires. Now, to give you an idea, what basically she has different songs that sings when you request them. She's basically like a drug dealer. So you want to talk to Fi? "The Night Commander at my establishment. What an honor. My name is Fi Kiro. I'm the owner of the Half Measure. How should I address you?" Doesn't matter what you say here. And then the question you care about here is, "Tell me about the Priestess of Desna who sings here in the evenings." He says, "Valenia? Her singing isn't particularly good, to be honest, and I doubt she really is even a priestess. She avoids talking about Desna and refuses to perform rituals. Anytime she asks, she finds some excuse to get out of it. Soldiers always request the same 3 songs: the Ballad of Happy Oblivion, the Ballad of the First World, and the Legend of the Land of Joy." So these are the 3 songs basically that are code for different things that individuals want to procure from her. If demons ever capture me and wish to torture me, they need only sing one of those songs. That's how much I've come to love them. So that's all you need to know from him. Just come again, you'll always be welcome here. Talk to her again. And then you want to say, "I know exactly what song to request." Go ahead and start with the Ballad of Happy Oblivion. She says, of course, as soon as I saw you, I thought you saw that someone carrying such a great burden of responsibility must sometimes seek happy oblivion." The priestess roots around in her bag and takes out a small sack. "There, make some tea, and you will lose yourself in oblivion. No payment required. I would never charge you, Commander." Then ask about the Ballad of the First World. "Well, I understand. The world is so unpleasant. Gray day after gray day, the tedium of daily care. But to see Drezen bright and magical, a little mad like the First World, for half an hour or so, who wouldn't want that?" The priestess roots around in her bag and takes out a pouch. "You know what to do with it, right? Someone of your experience won't need instructions. No payment required. I would never charge you, Commander." And I finally asked the Legend of the Land of Joy. "Of course, Commander. Sometimes one longs for peace in the mind, midst of war, a little peace, some brotherly love, the feeling you get when basking in the sun on a summer day, chattering away, all your problems forgotten." The priestess roots around her bag and takes out a small pouch. "There, fill a pipe of near a fireplace. It's the best on an evening like this. No payment required. I would never charge you, Commander." And you receive the flay leaf. And he says, "You're not a priestess of Desna, are you?" She says, "I tried to become one, learned the 8 scrolls and things like that, but it turned out it wasn't for me. Now I just sing songs and sell some wares I've been sent from Varicia, herbs, powders, everything one needs to relax, have some fun. I'm sorry for my low masquerade, but priests are welcome everywhere, so I dress like one." And he says, "I thought you were going to sing me a song. What is this?" And she says, "Stop pretending, Commander. You know what this is. How else would you know the secret words, the names of my songs? Must mean you don't mind using these things yourself. There's nothing wrong with it. My wares bring joy, and everyone needs joy right now. Powder and herbs for soldiers, to make carrying out the duties more enjoyable. Only the purest products for you, of course. The regular is good for the others. You are the commander of Drezen, after all. For you, only the best." Then you want to select, "I've changed my mind." And then you basically have all the evidence you need for her. And you can go ahead and say, "You shall stand trial before the army of Drezen." What? No, for what? I've done nothing wrong. And this will take us directly to the trial. Valeria, the Verisan subject, has infiltrated Drezen, disguised as a priestess of Desna. She is accused of dealing narcotic powder and herbs. What does the defendant have to say for herself? "Oh, but no one has been hurt. There are no victims. I only did good. I'm innocent. Ladies and gentlemen, the war around us is terrible, and soldiers do not suffer from wounds alone. I saved them from their nightmares. My powders make them happy, as weightless as a butterfly. They feel they can do anything, so they fight better. Yes, there are side effects, tremors, and disorders and the likes, but only in those who become too addicted. If it is done carefully, you can't just stop taking quat and other filth by force of will. It's a deception you sell to soldiers along with certain death. They may survive the wound, but it's your powders that are killing them, slowly but surely. People like you should be executed." And Malleus is going to give us 2 cents. "Is everything this woman supplies terrible? If I were you, Commander, I'd look through the list of everything she has to offer and then choose the safest and most effective substance. Don't we need happy, cheerful soldiers?" So again, this is important because there is a distinction between what a pure Aeon would pick versus what the demons would want. So you can say, "You made your decision, Valeria. You shall be executed for selling forbidden substances." This is what a pure Aeon would do. You can be banished for selling forbidden substances. This is not really is not good for Aeon or the devil or the evil option. "I have made my decision, Valeria. You shall only sell substances that I have authorized. You should also ensure that you carry only the highest quality items in your repertoire." And this is what the devil would want. He says, "Of course, Commander, I'll do my best. And if you want anything for yourself, I'll give it to you free of charge. Let me know what you want, and you'll have it right away." Well, you get some items here, 10 flay leaves. And that one is done. Of course, other people won't be too happy, but it's okay because you're running with the devil. Now for Private Gorvo versus the army of Drezen, this is a little different because we're going to need to go and enact an edict. So let's go ahead and go on to the Crusader affairs. And so what you need to do simply is investigation into the case of Private Gorvo. This is a 5-day leadership edict. Obviously you need to make sure no other edicts of this type are going. And they're going to do some research into the murder committed by Private Gorvo. So what I recommend is start this, and then while this is going, you can go and take care of the other case. And that one is going to take us all the way here to Wintersun again to try and find out what happened to the armor. So I will go ahead and take you there next. All right, now when you get back to Winterspring, you're going to want to go back into the town. You're going to go right here. Take a look at where I'm looking. Almost dead center and center of town here. And I guess in the west portion. And you can't miss this because you're going to see these 2 NPCs, Ravon and Vamorna. So go ahead and talk to them. A tall, young man gives you a friendly nod. He has golden hair and a healthy color in his cheeks. Phew! I do some work with my axe today. You won't have to worry about the wood for a long time. Now, Is there something you need? Vami, put some food on the table. We have company. And so you can talk about these first three options here. I'm going to kind of push through them real quick. You're not getting too much information here, but it's kind of clear that something is up. Now, don't select, I know you broke the law. It's time to confess you can, but it kind of puts them on edge. But you do want to say, do you know anything about the crusader who went missing around here? You might have noticed his armor. It was very ornate. And he says, many people have been lost here. Of such distinctive armor, no, I haven't seen anyone. Trust be told, I don't pay much attention to armor. I'm used to going light, just my axe, nothing else. So at this point, you want to actually exit this conversation. And what you want to do is actually go just around the corner. If you hit tab, you're going to see this element that's interactable. Now, you'd probably never see this if you didn't hit tab, so make sure you interact. And right there you have Ornate Rondo. Collect that, and this is key. You're going to go straight back to him, talk to him again, and you're going to have this new piece of conversation. I found the armor of a crusader among your things. What do you say to that? And he sighs heavily. Well, there's no point in denying it. Yes, I found a dead soldier and took his armor. It looked expensive, so I thought I'd sell it or give it to a blacksmith to reforge into something useful. The girl is almost in tears. No, Revon, don't say anything. The authorities in Drezen will think you're a murderer and take you. No. The young man looks at you solemnly. There, I confess about the armor. What else do you want? You can't take me away and put me on trial, you know. I'm a local, a Sarkorian. I have to be tried here. Vamona says, I won't give him to you. He won't go back to Drezen. And then you can say, won't go back to Drezen. He said he came from the River Kingdoms. No, I misspoke. That's not what I meant. He won't go back to the River Kingdoms. Revan says, all right, Vanoma, enough. It's no use pretending anymore. I'll end up in Drezen, one way or another. This is my armor, Commander. I am Count Orvenn Dalmora of Ormivravon. Until recently, I had the honor of being an officer in the army of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey. Then I served under your command, but not for long. When I saw Vamora and the others, I realized I was needed here. Someone has to protect her and rebuild the village, and I'm healthier and stronger than the other locals. If you want to try me as a deserter, then do so, but if you have any compassion in your heart, please send my armor to my parents and tell them I'm not coming back. They're more concerned about the fate of my older brother, and I don't want to be a burden on them. I'll live happily here with my wife, if you just let me. And of course, we gotta put him to trial, so my soldiers will take you to Drezen. There you shall be put on trial. And at this point, you just want to go back to Drezen. Now, once you enter back into the Citadel, the trial will commence. So, Orville Dalmora, Count of Ormivallon, is accused of desertion. The Count staged his own death and fled to Wintersun, where he's been masquerading as a Sarkosian by the name of Raven. What do you have to say for your self-defense? If you have a heart, you'll let me go. No one knows I ran away. Everyone thinks I'm dead. They've already murdered me, so let's let it stay that way. Don't take me away from Vami, my Vamona. My Vamona. She's all that I need in life. We can't let a deserter get away with this, but he didn't just abandon his army. He also gave up his title and wealth for the godforsaken village. I think he's a noble, sincere man who made a mistake. And then Melee says, by the gods, I've never seen such drama. You want this little noble to keep playing at the barbarian peasant life, the light of which will wear thin after a few short months. Just ask Wintersun to send you a soldier to replace him, and everyone will be happy. So you have a couple options here. If you were going pure Aeon, you'd probably say option 1. You make your decision. You will be stripped of all your rank and sent to join the condemned as a deserter. You can kind of do the in-between, like, nice thing. So I've made a decision that basically Orvenn Dalmora, Count of Ormivallon, perished in the wound. Armor will be returned to family, sent back to his parents in Inheritor. As for Ravon the Sarkosian, he is free. This is the goody two-shoe answer. It's not going to make the Aeon happy or the devil because it's not profitable. So what you want to do is, I've made my decision, Count Orvenn Dalmora of Ormivallon. You are free to renounce your title and your oath, but in return, Wintersun must pay reparations to Drezen, covering the cost of the officer's full gear. If Wintersun cannot or will not do this, you shall go to prison. And he says, they can, I'll convince them, we'll think of something. Oh, thank you, Commander, thank you. I will never forget your kindness, Commander. We'll name our firstborn after you, I swear. Judge Dredd the baby. I think you have made an honorable decision. More importantly, we made the deal that the devil would be happy with. Then to finish up the final step of this, you're going to want to finish the investigation to the case of Private Gorvo. So just if it hasn't already completed by the time you came back from the previous mission, just go ahead and skip days till it enacts. And then all you do is close this and return. And as soon as you return to the Citadel, the case will start. Airbus says, Commander, do you remember Private Gorvo who killed his commander officer? It turns out his case is more complicated than just a dispute over a woman. Our investigation revealed tensions that are brewing between the officer and the rank and file, and I'd like to talk to you about it. So what is the sentiment amongst the officers? They deny all accusations of such anonymity. They are undoubtedly conspiring together. Many of them come from noble families. They receive their titles simply by virtue of their birthright. They treat soldiers like servants and toys and speak despairingly of them. But other than that, there are no complaints about them. They have been educated and trained well and have proved themselves on the battlefield. We simply perceive other case and demote them. We will quell the unrest among the rank and file, but we will lose the support of the officers. And then what the general sentiment among the rank and file? They are ready to riot. What Gorvo did inspired them. There are rumors being spread about attempts to execute some of the officers without waiting for the trial. And lists of officers' names have been circulating. They are waiting for your decision, and they hope that you will acquit Gorvo and punish those who were responsible for hurting him. But I think as long as you pronounce Gorvo now guilty, there will be enough to placate them. And you can ask her what she says. She says, I know my words won't go beyond these walls, but I'll say it like it is. I dislike Leland and those he protects. I'm sorry that Gorvo, who served you loyally in the cause of the Crusade, was driven to murder and almost suicide at the cruel whims of others. Whatever the outcome of the case, the fact is that was allowed to happen in the first place is a stain on our entire army. So your only option here is don't worry, both Gorvo and the others hurt will receive a fair trial. Let's begin. So Private Gorvo is accused of murdering Dalmora, his commanding officer. Murder was committed with a dagger in the barrack in the presence of more than 3 witnesses. Private Gorvo claims he did it out of desperation and fear of torture inflicted by Dalmora on his soldiers. Some of the witnesses were interrogated confirmed this account, and some claim the murder was committed out of revenge because Gorvo's love chose Dalmora over him. However, we failed to locate this woman. She was last seen in Canabras. What do you say to this, defendant? The same thing that I said before. Dalmora was a scoundrel and a sadist, and Officer Leland, who has been crying on every corner that it's all fault of some woman, has always covered for Dalmora and his friends, had no choice but to kill Dalmora. If the commander can see through people as they say, the truth shall come out. Commander, before you deliver your verdict, remember that a rash decision in this case might lower the army's morale. Dalmora is not the only officer taking advantage of his position. There are many more, but if we demote them all, we won't have enough officers. If you execute Gorvo, on the other hand, the soldiers will revolt. Many consider him a hero. And then Melis puts in his 2 cents, which you should definitely listen to. Takes a good deal of finesse to thread a needle, doesn't it? But remember the document you signed right before the murder? In order for Officer Dalmora to appear before the court and answer for all the atrocities he had committed? Melis lowers his voice conspiratorially and looks you in the eyes. Perhaps the order slipped your mind, or it might have been lost, but I'm sure such a document exists if you need it in a difficult situation. But I didn't hear about any unless you were conducting your own secret investigation. So again, what's weird about this, I don't know what he's referencing here out of my personal experience. So your options are, I've made my decision. Private Gorvo shall be executed for the murder of a superior officer, as the law requires. Officer Leland shall be stripped of all ranks in his deception, and Officer Dalmora shall be stripped of all rank posthumously. The investigation shall not end here. Or, I've made my decision. Private Gorvo shall be pardoned but sent to the condemned. Officer Leland shall be stripped of all ranks and imprisoned. An officer Damar shall be stripped of all ranks posthumously. And the final option is, I made my decision a long time ago. The order for Damar to appear before the court was signed the day before Gorvo murdered him. Now all I can do is send Gorvo to the condemned. And so basically the third option is kind of forced to your hand if you are going to follow the Devil's Law. So that's the one I recommend you do since we are following the Devil Path. Now he says, you got very lucky of the commander. The commander already knew everything Damar was doing. Only required confirmation. If Gorvo hadn't taken matters into his own hands, the court would have already had all the confessions it needed. Congratulations, boy. You've made such a mess in this case that commander will be trying to entangle it for the rest of the crusade. Now, there very well could have been a way that you can handle this. Again, I just never ran to a different option. I haven't really searched for it. This shouldn't have a huge impact, though, on the end case, as you'll see in Act 5, but it definitely sounds like there may be another way. I just personally didn't run into it in my experience. Gorvo, I ruined everything. Forgive me, Commander. Should have trusted you, and I, because of this case, won't ever come to anything, and all those who are guilty will go to ground. What have I done? You will be able to atone for what you've done and serve the commander on the front lines. Let's have a chat after the trial. I'll tell you about a contract that will interest you. And just like that, we have the 3 cases solved. Okay, now once all 3 cases are done, you may or may not have to wait at all, but you should be able to go over back to your room and be able to interact with the mirror. You can tell that the game is ready for that. If you look under your quest, under the Burden of Aeon, even though the name and main descriptor doesn't change, you'll notice in the wording here, you'll say in the little kind of italicized text, it says, it's time to look into the mirror, and to the eye is the Aeon, ... So as soon as that pops up, let's go to the mirror. He says the Aeon is looking at you from the mirror, the only being in the entire universe who feels and shares your burden. It is ready to share with you the memory held in common by all Aeons, preserved carefully through all eternity. It is ready to listen to whatever you want to share. It is only here for you. So we can start with the mirror is waiting. Allow the Aeon to speak to you. The Aeon nods to you, ever so slightly, encouraging you to begin your story again. The judgments were made for profit, not truth. The mind that made the decision sought loopholes like a concerned rat searching for an escape. The heart that perceived injustice was left silent, blind, and deafened. So this is basically a response to how you made the decisions on the cases. So it should not be a surprise, since we are playing the Devil Path, that it will not fully align with the Aeon. If you are doing the Aeon path, obviously you'd want to answer differently. The Aeon is silent. Mortal consciousness habitually interprets this silence as a sign of indignation, but in fact the Aeon is just parsing through memories, all the moments of your trials, every word, every thought, every judgment. It sees a being of the material plane flaunting its capabilities and intellect, but not an Aeon. The eyes are now sharp enough to see what the Aeon is showing you. It is a place where something so unnatural happened. The very universe cried out of pain and fury. The order of the things was violated, but irreversibly so? ? The Aeon is inexorably drawn there to correct everything, and you see the place as clearly as if a map of the land has been spread out before you. It's an abandoned hut deep within the territory, corrupted by the wound. But what is really hidden there? And then you can choose, say, you have embarked upon the path of Aeon. Find out how the Aeon in the mirror reacts to your first judgments. So we could have technically clicked that first, but it says the Aeon in the mirror nods to you every so slightly, encouraging you to begin. You know that it knows everything, that it does not need the mirror to perceive you. Sometimes it seems to know what you are going to say before you do. And then you're saying, oh, well, first of all, Desolate Hovel has been revealed. So this is, as with all playthroughs, a mandatory location that is basically the prerequisite to going to Act 4. So you're saying order has been restored. Those who caught the disruption have been convicted. But is everything as it should be? There may only be one moment out of millions of years in which everything happens as it ought. Yet even this one moment is a victory for the Aeon. Injustices multiply, the order of things is violated, and for now, your abilities are only enough to heal small wounds. The Aeon in the mirror evaluates your actions, but does not condemn them, for it knows that much still lies ahead. But are you going in the right direction? The judgments were lawful, and the voice that gave the verdict did not tremble. The mind that made the decision was clear, and the heart that perceived injustice did not falter. So there was a little inconsistency between those two messages, but we know we're kind of little off key. We're kind of lawful, but we're greedy as well. All right, so the big thing here is this again, that this unlocks the hovel, and we're gonna go ahead and go to the hovel. So I'll show you where that pops up on the map, and we'll head over there, and then I'll show you kind of the quick unique Aeon path element of it, which is only minor, before we move on. Okay, so the Desolate Hovel is going to be southwest of Drezen. Probably the most direct way to go there is actually go south, past the Lost Chapel, down as if you were going to go to Wintersun, but keep going southwest. Keep going southwest, and then you're going to, at this kind of break here, this crossroads, you're going to go west. And you're going to go straight over here to the Desolate Hovel. Now this is basically the little dungeon where you get kind of trapped, and you got to work your way out of it. Now, for the most part, it's a pretty straightforward playthrough. I'll go ahead and show you quickly the one unique event that has text that is kind of Aeon specific. I did say there's one main event that's unique to the Aeon pathway that you're gonna kind of have to go through on the way to the Devil's Side. I'll show you that, and this is at the file, but there'll be two little minor ones I want to show you too, which are kind of cool. So this main one is, again, here you are in this room. It's a mandatory part. You're going to interact with this vial. And then basically there's unique options for the Lich Path, Trickster Path, as well as for the Aeon Mythic Path. So if you are lawful, you have the option to destroy the vessel. It says, your power now unleashed crushes the criminal artifact. You feel a lancing pain coming from somewhere inside, but the artifact's protection, if that's what it was, cannot stop you. With a loud noise that sounds strangely like a shriek, the crystal facets tremble and crumble into dust. The world itself seems to breathe a sigh of relief. Though maybe a minor victory, this place is cleansed of corruption. So that is the first major action, and let's take a look at these other two kind of minor cool options that I like. The second really cool interaction for the Aeon path is when you deal with the angel. So once you unlock the angel, because you'll be able to get rid of the darkness, you have an option to say lawful requires Aeon Mythic Path. The grotesque work of the powers of the abyss implanted into a creature of heaven. This is a crime against the cosmic order. I must rid you of it. And we're talking about kind of like the abyssal wing that replaced the angelic wing. So if we select that, she says, a shadow flits across the angel's face. I consider this a servant of light cannot accept the gift of darkness. But I also know that I will not receive a healthy new wing unless the goddess herself grants such a mercy. The demon who did this to me is much more powerful. Once she decides to take something, it can never be restored. I believe this is a test for me, a hard test, but a necessary one. If you believe that I am guilty of weakness, and that this is the profane gift must be destroyed, act as you see fit. The angel lowers her head. Lawful, destroy the wing. This isn't a punishment, but a purification. Judge Dredd activate. Bam. The angel screams in pain and falls to her knees. But then she rises again. She reaches up to touch the places where the wings used to be, but then wrenches her hands away. I thank you, Judge. So there we go. Really cool little cleansing. Let's go ahead and take a look at the final kind of unique action here. All right, and then the final kind of situation here, a minor situation, is going to be the old mongrel that you find tied up. And when you interact with him, again, I already noticed that he's done some unlawful stuff based on the little lighting. And then you have an option here for perception. I can see the ambivalence of your deceitful soul. Confess, what laws have you broken? So the mongrel's lips move silently, but in his indistinct mumbling, you can discern, Baphomet, veil my lie in truth. And at that point, you can basically say, lawful, execute the mongrel. You are a liar and a demon worshiper. Your fate is sealed. And then he says, curse you, all of you, the inquisitors with their pyres, the crusaders, the priests. Lord Baphomet will conquer Golarion, and then he'll take every last one of you. And you cut down by your blow. The old man doesn't get the chance to finish his threats. So again, there you are, judge, jury, and executioner. Now, as you get ready to leave the dungeon and go back to the hut through this portal, you also get something unique that nobody else gets. So let's take a look at what that looks like. And you see this weird kind of event slash pop up. And there you are. You're all of a sudden teleported into some weird room, a hut, and there seems to be some individual here. The haze begins to fade away, allowing you to see more clearly. At first, it seems as though nothing has changed. You're in the same room that you were in before, but little by little, you begin to notice the differences. Items that weren't there, things that look new. You are no longer alone. Before you stands Arelu Vorlesh, the thrice-cursed traitor of Golarion. She looks at with you at surprise, and then immediately shoots a quick glance at the closed door. Is she waiting for help? Will she try to run? Now, things to note is she's in human form right now. What this really is a look into the past. Your companions look as stricken by what happened as Arelu herself. And so they kind of respond here. He says, you're the one that summoned me? And just as quickly as you arrive, you leave. And that's everything unique there. So this is kind of one of your first flashbacks where as an Aeon, you can basically traverse time and space. Alright, now when you're done with the hut, you're going to want to come back to Drezen. And when you go back to Drezen, we're going to have another mirror event. So just go ahead and head back into the Citadel. And as soon as the finish is loading, we'll be ready for the mirror. And it's going to automatically load you into your bedroom and you'll interact with the mirror. Aeon has no weaknesses. You also must banish weakness from yourself because you are the essence of the Crusade, its anchoring point. But to banish weakness, you must first uncover it. Where does it originate? From an untrained mind that is akin to the waters of a murky pond, cannot comprehend the difference between right and wrong, how the world should be ordered, or the principles from which one must never deviate? Or does it spring from physical vulnerability and the suffering of the flesh akin to a blade untempered by flames? Both weaken the resolve of mortals, drive them to vice, and cloud the clarity of purpose. How can you start to heal yourself and your soldiers from a place of weakness? Now, this option actually gives you one or two selections where you can basically unlock different feats and allows you to summon different elementals. Again, when it comes to long-term play with the devil, this will be a minor effect, but I did want to show you this nevertheless. So if you choose this option here, weakness springs from the mind, my thoughts will be pure as spring water. All units will gain sound mind, so they're going to get immunity to fear, sleep, and mind-affecting effects. And you can get a decree that every 5 days you can summon 7 water elementals. Or the other option is weakness springs from the flesh, will temper to the flames of training and burn all that is unfit. All units gain sound body, so they get immunity to poison, disease, paralysis, and stun, which is really powerful. And you unlock fire elementals. So every 5 days you can get 10 fire elementals. So stat-wise, the fire elementals are weaker than the water elementals I found, but this buff is really, really good. So you just pick whichever one you want. And then once you make this difficult decision, everything starts to seem simple and clear. The monks must allow soldiers to join their training. Physical discipline must spread beyond their small community and flourish everywhere. The body is weak, you must make it strong. You feel that you're one step closer to what you see in the mirror. Now, as soon as that first event ends, you can actually interact with the mirror again. The game doesn't tell you this, so it's very possible you could just go playing for a little bit and not realize this. But just click on the mirror again, and you're gonna notice there's an option, find out what happened at Arelu's laboratory. And it says, the Arelu you saw in the Distortion was without a doubt Arelu from the past. An Aeon can travel through time, for some imbalances extend far back into the past. In order to root out such imbalances, one must travel back to the decisive point that changed the course of events. As an Aeon, you have the necessary strength to slip through the veil of time, but will it be enough to correct what needs to be corrected? There's only one way to find out. Your actions send the multiverse into motion, and a new distortion shines out of the darkness like an icy star. You see clearly, as if a map on the land has been spread out before you. Drezen. And now, this is going to tell you to investigate a distortion in Drezen. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to go ahead and head outside. And I'll show you exactly where this distortion is in Drezen and the interaction with it. So where you're going to want to go to is you're going to want to head here towards the bridge down here. And right there, towards the entrance of Drezen, you're going to find this giant distortion. Let's go ahead and take a look at what that does. So when you get there, go ahead and click on it. You feel the bitter cold, the strange haze that surrounds the gate. Just as you did in Arel Vorlesh's laboratory. To the distortion, you can see the gate of Drezen and hear muffled voices. The distortion is trying to draw you in, but you're ready to resist its pull. So you have all these different options, but basically what you want to do is go into the distortion. You can't resist the force pulling you into the distortion. The past, present collide, creating a vortex of energy that consumes you. So we appear in the past in Drezen. Minago, where is this simpleton? How long do I have to wait for him? And who the hell is this? Behind the guise of a beautiful woman, you can clearly see Minago's eyeless face. She raises her hands to cast a spell, but a unit of knights comes through the gate. Staunton Vane, to battle, my friends. The gods are with us. Today we will gain a long-awaited victory for the Crusade. You barely recognize Staunton. This is the cheerful smile on his young face, and there is hope in his eyes instead of dark despair. He doesn't notice you. His eyes are locked on Minago. Minago, darling, at last. With this banner, we are invincible. Let's go. The great deed you do today will never be forgotten. Every crusader will know your name, and the queen herself will reward you. You see past the illusion. Demons disguised as crusaders sneer mockingly. Will you have enough power to help Staunton see the truth? There's a bunch of diplomatic options here. So again, this is why I mentioned early on, you're going to want to have high persuasion so that you can have either high diplomacy or intimidation. Also, knowledge arcana could be an option. So for here, because I have a plus 38 to diplomacy, I'll go ahead and do the top one. Staunton, you must return the banner or there will be trouble. And the dwarf seems confused. Trouble? Why? We just wanted to. Surely we win, right? We've got to. And Minago says, don't listen to him. It's all a lie. He's a demon trying to corrupt you. Staunton Vane says, looks like it. Staunton glowers at you, clutching the holy symbol that hangs around his neck. In the name of Torag, state your purpose. Answer me. Why are you and who are you and why have you come here? And so you have a bunch of other options. We're going ahead and go say diplomacy again. I'm your friend and I have come to stop you from making a terrible mistake. He says, I don't know you, but for some reason I feel like you're telling the truth. And Minago says, shut your lying mouth. Don't you poison him against me. Staunton, light of my life. Don't listen to the scum. Let's kill him and keep going. Great deeds await. Staunton says, I trusted you. Staunton's grim voice breaks. I trusted you. I loved you. And you? Were you lying to me all this time? You want to set me up so that I'd fall and take Drezen down with me? Who are you really? Minago says, no, I can't believe you're going to fall for the lies of the scum. I've never deceived you, my sweet. I love you so much. And then you can say, she's been lying to you all this time, but now you know the truth. Wolf's jaw is set, though you see the sheen of tears in his stern eyes. I trusted you, he repeated quietly, laying his hands on the hilt of his weapon. I loved you. Staunton says, Torag, save me. Staunton makes a slight sign of blessing. Brothers and sisters, it's a trap. These are demons. Kill them. Protect the banner. You hear a low rumble. It is the flow of time changing its course slowly and reluctantly. You were able to change the past. Everything was as it should have been. Everything is as it should be. Everything will be as it should. So in case you were wondering, this is the one way to save Staunton and make it so he never turns to the dark side. And let's see what the repercussions are. Staunton Vane, Commander, so it really was you, on this very spot 70 years ago. Battle hardened and weathered by time, Staunton's hands are covered in scars, and wrinkles line his forehead, but his eyes shine with hope as brightly as they did in his youth. When he stood between me and my moment of glory, between me and the one I considered my beloved, I was ready to kill you, but you said you were my friend, and you spoke the truth, even if it took me decades to realize it. Anyway, all the confusion, I never got the time to take you aside and say thank you. Not for what you did for Drezen or the Crusade, but for what you did for me. So why are you only telling me this now? I wasn't completely sure. I was waiting. That night I felt something inexplicable. It was like the rumble of a mountain beginning to move, a sound you hear before an earthquake, but with your bones, not with your ears. For a moment I felt the movement, not of rock and earth, but of time itself. Back then I didn't understand what it meant, but now, as this very moment, I have the same feeling. You've just been there, haven't you? 70 years have passed for me since the night you tried to convince a young idiot not to make the worst mistake of his life. But not for you. Staunton gaze weeps over you in admiration. My memory not perfect, but I swear even the wrinkles on your clothes look the same as they did that night. So you understand what I did? Yes and no. I know the only thing that matters. Commander Judge Dredd can work miracles. I spent many sleepless nights thinking about what you did. Was it really possible that you had come from some dreadful future where Drezen had fallen? That you had traveled to the past in order to stop it from happening? If so, what was it like in that world? Did it disappear forever, or does it still exist somewhere? I finally realized that it didn't matter. A miracle is a miracle. You performed one for me, and I'm grateful. You can ask, what happened after that night? We returned the banner to its rightful place. I confessed what I did. I thought I was sure to be stripped of my rank and sent to the condemned, but at least my conscience would be clear. But that's not what happened. I became a hero. Can you imagine? Everyone was praising me for how I defeated Minago in battle. They rewarded me, promoted me. In the end, I became the warden of the fortress, but then everything went downhill. The second crusade was different from the first. The first time we fought scattered groups of demons from a little crack between the worlds. The second time, the crack had split apart into a gaping hole. An entire army poured out of it. We were retreating, giving up miles after mile to them. Soon it was clear we didn't have a chance, not just of a quick victory, but even of saving what was left of Chorus. If Iomade hadn't created a magic barrier around the wound to stop the onslaught of demons, the rest of the world would have followed Chorus. In the midst of the nightmare, Drezen stood in an indestructible citadel, but stood and turned into a tiny enclave of crusaders deep within enemy territory. The banner and our bravery kept demons outside the walls, and the Queen's support kept us alive and fed, but a counterattack was out of the question. That isn't until the day you brought the 5th Crusade army to the city walls and lifted the decades-long siege. Did a battle named Darazan fight in the battle? Was he attacked by a dwarf named Greybor? Darazard? Yes, he was among those laying siege to the city. A dwarf named Greybor wounded him severely, forced him to flee. It's been a long time since I've seen such a daring and well-executed attack. What do you know about me? When the demons attacked Canabras, they were hoping to put an end to the Crusades. They planned on taking the Ward Stone of Canabras and using it to destroy the entire magic barrier around the World Wound. Their dirty plan would have worked if it wasn't for the hero who stood in their way, you. You reclaimed the Ward Stone and made the demons leave Canabras. Queen Galfrey appointed you to the command of the 5th Crusade. They say Iomede herself guided you in battle, and you performed real miracles in her name. Well, I don't know about the goddess, but I've seen your miracles with my own eyes. You came to the walls of Drezen and lifted the siege. You did what the entire Medivian army couldn't do for decades. You scared the demons away from the walls. Now the city is your capital, and your armies are crushing the demons on all fronts. After the liberation of Drezen, Iomede's holy banner, the Sword of Valor, started to change. As if acknowledging your rule over it, many deemed this to be a good sign. And then you can ask, what will you do next? Serve, the dwarf says simply. But not here, not in Drezen. All this time I've known I don't belong here. I'm not a hero. I'm a fool, almost gave away the city to demons. Truth be told, should be among the condemned, not here. I'm sure Drezen will be fine. You'll keep it safe. For me, I'll change my name and enlist in the infantry. Maybe with time, I'll do something I can be proud of. For now, farewell, Commander, and thank you again. Sutton gives you a salute and walks away. As you follow the dwarf with your eyes, you feel the burden of time weigh heavily on your shoulders. You did what you intended, and yet how little has changed. Of course, the time has been altered, but only a little. Can anything truly be changed? What if it was as it was? It is what it is, and it will be as it will be. Or is there a way to make everything as it should be, and you just haven't found it yet? So you'll notice, now that that event is over, the whole mythic pathway will be temporarily cleared. So at this point, you can go ahead and talk to the Hand of the Inheritor, and just make sure you talk to him about Xanthir. This is his every other playthrough. And here, it's just going to go ahead and activate the event where the Queen's going to be coming. And so you got to wait a little bit of time for her to show up before we can head over to Act 4. Now, at this point, while you wait for the Queen to arrive, there's another unmarked interaction you can have as an Aeon. So again, if you look at your questline, there's nothing that shows up for the Aeon. But again, when in doubt, always go check the mirror. And so you have an option that says, the journey to Drezen of the past is giving you time to think. Can an Aeon share its wisdom? The Aeon stares back at you and you feel a sense of calm. Drezen has not fallen and has been holding the line for 70 years, waiting for your arrival, but most importantly, the Sword of Valor remains undefiled, and the great betrayal has not been committed. Now that the banner flies over Drezen as a continuation of your power, you feel as if its world has returned to its true course, like a river that has finally swept away the dam of injustice. Only true Aeon is allowed to change the past. This ability is gained through sound judgment and fair trials, but how can one avoid falling into pride upon receiving this divine power? A true Aeon knows no pride, but you have only just begun to walk this path. You've allowed your heart to guide your decisions rather than your knowledge of the law. If you continue to look out for your own interest and allow yourself to be weak, you will not be able to change the past next time, no matter how hard you try. And again, this is kind of hinting at the fact that you've done some kind of dark options. You will be as helpless as an ant trying to move a boulder. For now, however, you can rest from your labors. Justice and order in Drezen have been restored, and a sacred banner flies above its fortress. Everything is as it should be, and you can express regret that you were unable to fight Minago in the past. Meaning Arelu meeting Minago surely would have been better to fight them in the past, and thus save Golarion from so many troubles. But you know that taming the flow of time is as difficult as taming a tremulous mountain river after heavy rain. Only with strange patience and wisdom can the Aeon direct the course of time, going against its flow to change the past. Now, as we wait for the Queen to arrive so she can open your way to Act 4, there'll be one more event that's going to pop up, and this again will proc once you return to the Citadel randomly. So it says, you talk to the mirror and says, a true Aeon does not experience anger, but you know anger all too well. Your subordinate's short-sightedness is enough to irritate even the most logical mind. Your lack of foresight is frustrating. Followers of many gods have joined a crusade. Each group has its own ritual, taboos, and traditions, and each group has strong opinions. They argue and bicker amongst themselves, even as they stare danger in the face. You cannot waste time resolving their petty disputes. We need a more effective solution, like appointing competent mediators. They can convince the believers that some of their religious norms do not apply during wartime, that theological disagreements are inadvisable in the face of the common threat. There are many ways to establish order. The priests of Abadar are adept at eliminating discord amongst their flock by promoting uniformity of thought. The followers of Calistocratic philosophy resolve disputes in such a way as to bring prosperity to all parties. Hellites of Order of the Chain have their own methods, but they also act for the common good. Each of the groups is committed to order and could be your representative in future disputes. So these are going to be 4 different choices that you're going to have. And so if you will draw upon the wisdom of the Abadar, your effect is going to be all units gain Abadar's cooperation feat, +1 bonus to AC for every adjacent allied unit. And again, just think this is, even though this is part of the Aeon path, it will impact your units you get from the devil later on. Or you can say, I will turn to Calistocratic philosophy. All units gain the wealth brings strength feat. Unit get a +1 bonus to attack for every 10,000 finance points available in the treasury. If it's a mercenary unit, for every 1,000 material points available in the treasury. If it's a trainable unit, or for 100 energy points available for the treasury, it's a mythic unit, max +3. Getting these stats up to that isn't too bad. So +3 bonus attack to all the units is pretty darn good. But again, you gotta manage those different finances. And then we have the Order of the Chains that will bind the Crusaders together. This will, all generals gain that Retaliation of the Chain feature. All units deal 1d6 +3 physical damage to the enemy when damaged in melee. So this is basically like a damage shield. And this is per unit. So if you have like, 400 units, this is going to be decent. I mean, this could be anywhere between, well, as high as 9 or as low as 4 damage per unit. So that's kind of a neat option. Or you can choose let everything remain as is, such as the way, and increases the morale by 10. I do not recommend this one, so pick whichever one you want. I think on my initial playthrough, I chose the damage shield, but they're all pretty good. Probably the +3 to attack might be the best, but again, you choose what you want. Now, shortly after the event, the Queen's going to arrive. You're going to be able to go into the depths of the Abyss in Act 4. And now that we're in Act 4, my goal is gonna be to help you get through this as quickly as possible. I'm going to emphasize the main interaction points for the Aeon. We want to get that done, and we want to get you to Act 5 because that's when you truly get to unlock the Devil Path. So let's take a look at that. The very first time you're going to have an interaction is when you get to the Nexus here. And within the Nexus, where you have like the mines, an initial interaction within the actual Abyss, you want to interact with this crystal. And you look into the reflective surface and find the Aeon gazing back at you. It is surrounded by spiral galaxies and a supernova scattered into clouds of dust. And you can say the Abyss is an abode of chaos and hatred. Contemplate why glowing souls are so rare in a place of suffering. You know the answer. All planes obey the laws laid down at the moment of creation. The Abyss is a place of evil and rage. This is how it was created, and that which acts in accordance with its nature does not violate the law of creation. Basically, in layman terms, it's saying that the laws in the Abyss are different than the laws on our home planet. So even though it's a chaotic in nature, it has its own chaos-based laws. So while the laws may not align with our human world, there are still laws that apply to the Abyss that are unique to them. And so you look into that as the Aeon and ask yourself if you're ready to follow the path. Aeons are born from contradictions and become creatures of harmony. However, you do not feel disharmony within yourself. Your soul is bound to your flesh, to your mortal shell, and your mind does not wish to be set free. The path of the Aeon lies among the developing and dying worlds, but you're not ready to break away from the martial plane and become a Treon. Not yet. Sometimes I feel like I don't know how to be an Aeon. Sometimes I feel like I don't want to be an Aeon. Now remember, some of these elements are going to be dependent on how you answered your questions. if you play the true Aeon path, or again, if we're doing the Devil path, these answers may differ on your playthrough. And you can contemplate how to grow stronger and increase your power. You will continue to follow the path of the Aeon. You will judge those who break the law and punish them for violating the cosmic order, but you do not have the power here that you had in Drezen. Alushindra is ruled by others. You must find someone who will listen to the words of an Aeon. And then you go ahead and leave. And so this is going to kind of set you up for what you're going to do in Abyss. And in short, you're going to find 3 different criminals, and I'm going to show you exactly where they are and their interactions that you're going to set up. And then you're going to have them judged at the end of the act. So let's take a look at all that. Okay, so your first place of judgment is going to be in a lower city, the first area you go, and it's going to be up here in the north. And so it's going to be this interaction of Zara and her kid Zorgus. So if you go ahead and talk to her, the sound of your footsteps startles the demons, and she gives you a baleful look. You have disturbed me, mortal. Why have you broken my solitude? On second thought, save your answer. Your reasons do not interest me. A boy of about 12 stands next to her. The boy examines his wrists, which are covered in strange round scars that look like they may have come from suction cups. His inflamed skin, burning eyes, and general appearance suggest that the demon blood runs through his veins. He lifts his gaze, gives you a long look. And I'm going to kind of skip through this kind of quickly, because these are kind of minor elements, but you can find out who he is, what you're doing, what draws you to Ishiar. You can ask her who this boy is. You can address the boy. And then you can ask her, what are you doing to your son? Tell me the truth. How could a mother be so cruel? What would you prefer, Zorxis? You ask the kid. And then you can say, I can see the luminescence of your soul. What's your crimes against the abyss and all creation? She's not going to like that very much there. But then basically you can say, you will not escape justice. There is an authority in Alurishira. Oh my god, I cannot pronounce that. Fit to try you for your transgressions. And then she says, then go and seek out this authority if you have nothing better to do. Again, you can kind of complete talking to her and all the talking points. And there, right there, as you can see, it's going to list the first one here. Now, I want to point out there may be hidden ways to get more information about these 3 trials. When I was playing through it, I didn't find anything tremendously special or unique as far as getting more information. Again, if you have played this and you found any kind of other evidence to help with the trials, because you'll notice, and minor spoiler alert here, it's that, and this may be because you are in the Abyss, the trials don't really go your way, but, you know, it is what it is. So if anybody knows any way to make Zara become guilty in the final judgment, do leave comments below. Would love to hear it. But again, this is the first interaction and the first judgment. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the second one. Okay, so your second opportunity of judgment is here. This is we're gonna be in the Battle Bliss arena, and when you're interacting with Zeklex, you're gonna be talking to him. When you get introduced, you can talk to him. There's a little back and forth. So basically, this is part of the main story that you need to go through. I'm gonna kind of skip through this, and you're trying to basically get into the combat. You can learn more about him. So if you keep inquiring about him, eventually you're gonna get a unique option. And when you examine him more closely, you can see, I can see all of your soul. You do not belong to this plane. This is the realm of chaos. Your heart and mind are strictly ordered like a machine. And so he's gonna give a response to his whole situation. And he's gonna want to kind of like make a deal with you. It's up to you whether to shake his hand or not. You can ignore the gesture. And basically the big thing here is that you can have a lawful option. Your beliefs in fairness violates the laws of the Abyss. There's an authority in Alushiria fit to try you for this transgression. So again, this is the secondary trial, and you can talk to him and get as much information as you want. He's not going to be very happy about it. And again, it's kind of ironic because he's super lawful in the Abyss, which we would normally want. But the laws of the Abyss are chaotic in nature, So he's technically breaking the law, so he should be tried for it, which is kind of funny. As you'll notice, he'll be added to your Equilibrium of Chaos questline. So now we have 2 out of 3, and let's go take a look at the final option. Okay, and your third and final judgment target is going to be right here when you're basically in the lower city, and you're going to be at this inn here. And you can talk to Meliara here at the tavern. And again, you can talk to this guy. This is kind of a sea captain. And again, I'm going to kind of push through the conversations until you get the option to talk and learn more about him. And again, once you talk a little bit about him, you can get an option that says, I concede a human essence of your soul, confess what loves of the abyss have you violated. And so he's going to give you some information. You have a lawful option. You can't escape justice. Elushira will see you judged. And again, he doesn't seem to care that much, but like, go ahead and try and get me judged. And again, this is going to add the final option that I have found for judgments. Again, I have found, minor spoiler alert, that I wasn't able to get these guys to be found guilty, and we're going to look at that in a second. But if anybody has any extensive experience with these 3 individuals to gain kind of more information on how to make him guilty, which would be interesting, do let me know in the comments below. All right, now once you get those the 3 judgment parties, everything else is going to go pretty much normal. There's not going to be any major elements that you need to worry about. You're just going to want to make your way through the act, and eventually you're going to end up in the House of Silken Shadows once you meet all the main story criteria, and you're going to be talking to the Queen of Shadows, and this is where the judgments will take place. So once you're talking to the Queen of Shadows, in order to pass the judgments, and this is, by the way, from what I found, the only place where you can successfully pass judgments. So there's an option that says there are some in your city who must be condemned for breaking the laws of the Abyss as well as the Cosmic Order. You must judge them. And she says, you don't say. Why do you concern yourself with the laws? What gives you the right to tell me who to judge? Nocticula's tone is calm, but looking to your eyes is like peering into the crater of a smoldering volcano. And you can say, I am an Aeon. Look into my eyes and you will understand. You stare into Noctula's eyes, your gaze clashing like steel meeting steel. She's silent, but you know that she sees in the endless depths of the cosmos behind your eyes. Vivid nebula clouds, the tails of meteors striking past, and stars hanging in nothingness. Noctula blinks as if awakened from a dream and briefly brings her fingertips to her temple. Well, Aeon, there are times when even the ruler of Elushinira is in need of entertainment. I've never obeyed any laws or rules before. Why not try it now? Let's have a trial. I'd love to see an Aeon try to establish order among chaos. I definitely don't recommend saying your soul is surrounded by luminescence. You could though, so if you're curious, go ahead and try it out. And then you can say, I'm ready to judge. And she says, not so fast. I have my conditions. First, I will be the one who passes the sentence. Naturally, I will listen to your opinion, but I won't allow you to ruin my fun. Second, out of all of Elushinria, you may choose only 3 culprits and no more. Finally, you must judge them immediately, as any game that drags on too long soon becomes a chore. Are you prepared to give the name? So this is why we got the 3 that we found. It also adds Arila Vorlesh, but again, as far as I can see, there's no chance of that panning out. So you can go ahead and click through these 3. So the first one says, the name means nothing, but I accept your choice. Is there anyone else? You can select the second person, Zara. I know her and her experiments. Let's see what she can tell us. Anyone else? And then Melora, one of the airship captains. I've heard something of interesting things. It will be amusing to have a look at her. To anyone else? So those are 3. Now you could technically select 4, and if you do, of course, what other name could you have possibly called? Now you're only supposed to do 3, but again, it lets us do 4. So she says, you have not fully understood what it means to be an Aeon. You have the nerve. The man answers anyone you meet. How very immortal of you. So I've said all the names. Let the trial begin. So again, she gets mad that you name her. And she says, I failed to see anything interesting in all this, so I shall take my leave. You're hoping to see justice metered out here as it was to Drezen, prepare to be disappointed. Well, Aeon, entertain me. And so you talk about the 3 stories. So Zara, daughter of Ishar, the Aeon accuses you of going against creation and making something that shouldn't exist. Now I wonder what that could be. And Zara says, this Aeon imposter doesn't know what he's talking about. For many years I have conducted experiments on my children. Only Zorgis was strong enough to survive. Is proof that Kripoff and demon blood can be crossed successfully. And then Octuculus is really a Quiloff and a demon. Demons defeated these creatures a long time ago. The abyss is ours by right of conquest, so what is the point of your experiment? Are you crossbreeding a stronger species with a weaker one? And then she says, not at all, my lady. Demons have not conquered all of the abyss. There are places where even we cannot go. Your Quiloffs can move through them freely. As long as such spaces exist, we cannot truly call ourselves the masters of the abyss. However, my creation will change that. Zorus is just an amusing experiment. He is a weapon. He will protect us from the dangerous enemies that lurk in these hidden places. He is growing stronger and more powerful every passing day. And Noctula says, did you hear that? It seems that without little Zorxis, I'll be left unprotected from the Quilops. Do you want me to perish in the jaws of the terrible creation? So again, you have 3 options here. And again, you can say the crossbreed of a Quiloff and demon violates the laws of creation. And then you can ask her permission to execute it. You can suggest to execute Zara but leave the boy alive. He could be useful servant once his mother is gone. And then if the research is vital to the survival of the human race, you could allow it to continue. I believe when I played this originally, I chose the top one, and it didn't work out really well. Let's see what happens when I select the bottom one. I have a feeling it won't end well either. This is kind of live response. Zora says, the boy gazes you in horror. He glances toward his mother and looks pleading at Noctula. Don't, mommy. Oh. And she says, well, I've made up my mind. Aeon, you weren't convincing, but not convincing enough. Zara, you may continue your experiments. I'll be interested in discovering what lurks in the depths of Ishar, though I hope the boy comes back with stories of treasures and not Quilops. So this is the same exact response I got. Again, if anybody knows a way to do things to make her become guilty, do leave a comment below so people know. Alright, so you move on. And again, you can complain that she didn't listen to it. It's not going to do anything. Next defendant. Second defense is Zerlex, the area steward, a tiefling who's too honest for his plane and who appreciates a fair fight. You're rather unique. I doubt there are too many who share your views, even on Galarian. Is there a reason to punish you? He says, I am at your mercy, my lady, but if you think fair fights are boring, I must respectfully disagree. Pick opponents carefully, and I'm always on the outlook for new talent. Fair fight is unpredictable. The underdog can always defeat the champion. Isn't that what keeps the audience on the edge of their seats? The unpredictability of the fight, the uncertainty of the betting table, and desire to guess the winner, that's what keeps the crowd entertained. Noctua says, your words make sense, tiefling, though I do find you unusual. Here in the Abyss, it is strange to meet anyone who wishes for the triumph of honesty. But I find it amusing that something like you has managed to survive in the city. Bravo, not everything could do as you have done. How much longer will you remain alive? That is the interest to me. Perhaps the Aeon should execute you. What does the law of creation say, Aeon? And so again, you have 3 options. He's guilty of violating of the Abyss. He must be banished. Zerlex is right. Fair fights benefit everybody. He should remain a steward. Or they say a good reputation is worth more than riches. If Zerlex is known as an honest steward, no one will suspect of organizing rigged fights on behalf of your favorites. So, again, I chose Zerlex is guilty of violating all of the Abyss, and she said no. Let's just see what happens when I select the last one. It says, you can be so heartless sometimes. Well, cold-hearted Aeon, you've had your say, but the tiefling has convinced me the only honest creature among liars. How unpredictable. Perhaps I'll even make a bet, steward, on how much longer you'll live. It's going to be very entertaining. I won't let you down, my lady. I will provide you with the very best entertainment. So again, not guilty. And as before, if you have comments on how to get him to be guilty out of curiosity, do leave a comment below. And finally, the last person. This is the captain that we deal with. Only that I follow a written set of rules. Aeronauts have a code of conflict. I do not know that. but you said it was an unwritten set of rules. If the code is not binding, why follow it? Here in the Abyss, you're free to do whatever you want. No one will judge you. Why cling to useless rules? And Meliarsh, the sorcerer, says, I cannot betray the aeronaut rules or code, my lady. Be like betraying myself. Without the code, I would be a ship without a rudder. I'd be at the mercy of the winds, and with no set of course of purpose, I would be lost. Why do you think people are so afraid of freedom? Don't you find it interesting? They impose all sorts of restrictions on themselves just to avoid experience of being free. It's a stupid way to live, in my opinion, but I'm not convinced it's a crime. And then, did you know she's cursed, Aeon? She's doomed to bring death and destruction wherever she goes, yet she continues to cling to her notion of goodness. So, basically you can say she must abandon the code of the aeronaut. If she continues to abide by the rules, she must be banished. I do not see any criminal wrongdoing here, and a formal code of conduct is not a law. Our Melrash curse could be useful. Send those displeased you to her ship and let the fate deal with her. So again, I think I chose the top one, trying to get her banished, trying to play into this role. She didn't like it very much. So let's see what happens when we select option 2. You know, I don't know if you can like kind of reverse psychology this. I do not see any criminal wrongdoing here. Any informal code of conduct is not a law. And then she says, then why did you call this woman to court? If the honest too afraid to pass judgment, I will do it instead. Leave my realm, Mela, and do not return. Your doom follows you wherever you go, and I don't want my servants dying off as a result of a ridiculous curse. So, here's the funny thing. There's a bit of irony here. So, as mentioned, when I chose the option to ask her to be banished, she didn't get banished. But here I chose the more lenient path, and she did end up getting banished. So, there you go. And she says, alright, I guess I'll find another port to call home. It seems that I am doomed to roam. Well, Aeon, that was boring. I'm tired of all these rules. They're so restrictive. I tried to make the trial more entertaining, but I think I've had enough. I don't want to go do this anymore. You are free to go. And now you've completed the judgment of those that broke the laws. Now, before you leave Act 4, there's going to be one more part of Equilibrium with Chaos. He's going to tell you to meet with the reflection of the Aeon. It's going to kind of give you a subtle hint that like it has to be like a mirror, something reflective. So all you got to do is go back to the Nexus here, where you first started and first spoke to the Aeon, and go ahead and click on here. And so you have these two new options here. It says, look into the eyes of the Aeon and ask yourself if you are ready to follow the path. Aeons are born from contradictions and become creatures of harmony. You feel this harmony within yourself. The path of the Aeon lies amongst the developing and dying worlds. It will not be long before you break away from the material plane and become a true Aeon. It says, I will not allow the memory of the past to disturb me. And then you can contemplate whether you have strayed from the path of the Aeon. The rulers of Alarishira sought to lead you astray. She acted as an agent of chaos, but she cannot be blamed for following her nature. What's important is that you acted according to your nature. You fulfilled your duty as an Aeon. Nocticula was the stormy sea, rough and unpredictable, but you were a solid rock, and neither tide nor waves could move you. So it was, so it is, and so it shall be. And there you go. That's all you have to do here. You've accomplished everything that you need. And at this point, you can notice it says, the distortion in the depths of the midnight fade begs the Aeon for correction. What lies within it beyond a cold haze that separates the past from the present. And so what you can go ahead and do is you can actually go over here into Fae before you leave, into the Midnight Fae. So go ahead and do that. Now, as long as you're basically at the end point here of Act 4, where you're ready to leave Act 4 and head on to the ship, and you've completed the full Mythic quest line so far, and it says examining the distortion, you can head over to the Fae here and go to the lower right hand corner. You should be able to break the seal now, and then you're going to go over here, and here's the distortion. We're going to go ahead and click on that. And as before, you can either perceive it, you can touch it, but really what we need to do is go inside the distortion. Arella Varash, this cold haze dissipates, but Arella Varash, icy stare keeps you frozen in place. You again, I knew you'd come back eventually. And you say, you knew? How? I'm observer, a mysterious individual thwarted Minago's plan in Drezen, and I told Staunton some very interesting things in an attempt to change his mind. More importantly, the week before I was captured, someone paid a visit to my laboratory. They appeared out of nowhere, said a few words, and then vanished without a trace. It was the most curious encounter, and it became even more curious once I discovered the truth of your origins. Once I put two and two together, I knew that my plan to open the world wound would succeed. After all, someone from the future was traveling back in time to stop my research. Now I would love to stay and discuss time travel with you, but I cannot allow you to interfere with my work. You will have to be killed. Can it be true, or are you really in the past? Xanthar the Plagued One, and what are you doing here? So you see Xanthar the Plagued One before he turns into the Plague. So, what did you call me, the Plagued One? I am Xanthar Vang. I hope your primitive little brain can remember that, and I'm not going to bother explaining our research to you. You wouldn't understand it even if you tried. Isn't that right, Mentor? Arila Vorlesh says, my research is not yours, but it doesn't matter right now. Our guest must not be allowed to leave. Kill him. Tasefan, help Xanthar deal with our unwanted visitors. So, again, you can say you underestimate my power, and then you get a deal with combat. But of course, the assistant runs away. Mustafan, you damn coward, you will never become Arelu Vorlesh's apprentice. You're nothing more than an unlettered servant. You don't belong in my mentor's laboratory, not even to wash the dirty flasks. So you can talk to him here. There's some different options here, but inevitably, from what I've gathered, you're going to end up having to fight him no matter what. So we'll just go ahead and do that for now. And the combat isn't necessarily very eventful, so you can either finish him off, or you can say you don't want to kill him. So if you go ahead and finish him off, and now you are back where you started. So at this point, everything is completed for Act 4 when it comes to your Mythic Path. So you can go ahead and head back to the ship. You're going to go in to the caves and do everything as is normal. Now there is a very important aspect at the end of the fight of Baphomet that I want to emphasize. So I'll go ahead and skip over till we get to that section. So as you just heard here, once you deal with Baphomet at the end of Act 4, Noctiluna is going to come and offer you a gift. So if you are going to go down the path of the devil, as is in this guide, you do not want to accept this gift. Now I did, and you're going to see when we get to the trial in Act 5, this is going to be a big potential problem depending how you built out your character. So as I recommend here, do not accept the gift. Now, if you accept the gift, it's not the end of the world if you have a really high persuasion stat. And I want to show you a trick in Act 5 how to pretty much guarantee that even if your character isn't a master of persuasion, you'll be able to get an item that will probably help you still become a devil. But do note, you're kind of asking for trouble, because the devil will not be happy with you accepting this gift, as demons are the polar opposite when it comes to the devils. They're chaos to the devil's lawfulness. So again, I recommend that you say you don't need the gift, but if you do accept it, just be forewarned, it's going to be tougher on you. Okay, so once you get done with dealing with all the things in the abyss, as I mentioned, you're going to come back to Drezen, and when you get back to Drezen, you got to kind of make your way back towards the Citadel. And when we get to the Citadel, you're going to get to basically reconfirm your mythic pathway, and we need to make sure that we reconfirm that we are an Aeon. I'll show you kind of the event that occurs here. This is very, very important. Now I do want to also point out a bit of a misconception about the Devil Path. A lot of the earlier guides that came out said, oh, you don't get to pick the Devil Path until Mythic Rank 9, which is incorrect. Now, unlike all the other high-end tiers that you choose at this point here, at Mythic Path 8, with the Devil, yes, it is correct that you need to pick Aeon, or if you were Azata again, and confirm that. But what's going to happen is we're going to do some specific actions after this. And when you pick the Devil Path, you will basically re-pick your Mythic Path 8. So you will start as a Mythic 8 Devil. So just think of it that it's almost like adjacent. So just wanted to point that out. You don't technically start as a Mythic 9 Devil. All right, let's take a look what happens here. So once you talk to the storyteller in the Citadel, this event triggers right here. Similar to the events if you were one of the other Mythic Paths. But the resolution is going to be different. So, Oreganofla says, a huge oily Nalfeshni is waiting for you with his arms folded. Here comes the commander, kids. Haha. So, commander, do you like what you see? You've arrived just in time to hear your friends screaming for help. They trusted you and looked at what happened to them. Do you actually think you can rescue them? Ha! Who do you think you are? So you can either say, good, I'll rescue them, or evil, only I have the power of life and death over the soldiers. How dare you try to steal what is mine? And since we're going to wait a devil, we'll go ahead and select that one. And he says, such bold words, so much ambition, I might even be a little bit scared, haha. And it says, this is the great hero everyone is so afraid of. Come on, show us what you've got. And so you do have an option at this point to pick any of your viable options to confirm those paths. And again, we do need to make sure, since we want to go down the devil path, you must select Aeon. If you select any of the other ones, so the legend path is generic and is always available. On this playthrough, I also technically unlocked Golden Dragon. Do not select that. It's going to fail your ability to become a demon. So you can say, I am a judge. Power rushes through your body, almost ripping it apart. The wound in your chest bursts open a spray of bloody droplets. The might bestowed upon you by the abyss and Arelu Vorlesh erupts into the world, and you pay for it in the purest agony. The word judge falls from your lips, before you have time to consider the question. A judge, a keeper of balance, an Aeon. That is what you have always strived to be. Return your gaze onto the battle, demon fighting Golarians. This is a scene that you should have grown accustomed to long ago, but now you feel the wrongness of it as never before. This feeling resonates in your bones like a sharp ache. Demons of the abyss, you have illegally invaded another plane. Haha! Any more stunning revelations? Next you'll be telling us the fire is hot and water is wet. Of course we invaded this place, because someone opened the gate for us. And whose fault is that? Ours or the Golarians' witches? And you can say, I sentence you to exile for eternity. Be gone and never return. Orenagafta tries to say something else, but you no longer hear his words. The sound of the battle grows distant too, and the battlefield becomes a stampede of shadows. It does not take much effort to separate the Golarian shadows from the shadows of the abyss. Under your piercing gaze, all the power the demon boasts of withering away to nothing. Now they are just powerless prisoners in their own bodies. And here comes the pew pew. Oof.
Can we retreat already?
Now at this point, Aimede shows up, and I'm going to kind of skip through this really quick, but there's going to be words that she says, and she's actually not too happy about you turning into an Aeon. And then you're going to have the demons come and say their piece. And then I'm going to again fast forward right now until you take a look at the unique option as an Aeon. So you're going to go ahead and hit Mythic Level 8. And you're gonna make your decision. And so again, assuming you selected Aeon before, it should be up. You can choose the others, but again, make sure you do not, because that will mess you up. And At that point, you just have your one comment as an Aeon Mythic Path. It was not the abyss that gave me these powers, it was the relentless logic of the universe. That same logic demands that I see this through to its end.
Your pride will destroy you, and perhaps all of Golarion with you. But I shall not intervene now, so as to avoid causing even more suffering to this world. Farewell.
I don't think she's happy unless you turn human.
So long to my days of freedom. Now it'll be nothing but don't go there, don't do that. Give me a break. I bet it won't be long till you find some reason to lock me up. I can feel it in my tail.
So basically, since you're like pure law as of right now, all your kind of chaotic companions are not going to be too happy.
It would have been so foolish for you to reject your powers. So many victories, so many achievements lie ahead for you. Well, go now. Capture Arilo, and prove which of you is making the best use of her invention. I'll be watching you.
Now again, this may be unique because I had accepted her gift, which we probably shouldn't have done. So I'm curious to see if you don't accept the gift, whether there's changes. So if you get a different response here, if you follow my advice and not accept her gift, do let me know in the comments below if you get a different text here. So once you confirm your Aeon path, there's going to be a bunch of little small events pop up, and then it's going to take you back to the mirror here. So the Aeon gazes at you from across the vast expanse of the universe. You already know why its power has called you. The demons have been banished from Drezen, but the city still needs to be cleansed. Drezen is inhabited by weak creatures who are driven by their passion and emotions. Each of these lawbreakers believes that their cause is just. Their case is a special exception. They try to justify their actions as necessary, but the Aeon sees all crimes and does not distinguish between crimes. And you have three options here. You can contemplate what you should do next. There's only one way to follow the path of the Aeon. You must restore order. As you watch the stars in the mirror follow their perpetual orbits, realize that you are observing more than just the movement of the celestial bodies. The forces that see the stars in motion are invisible to mortals, but you are able to see them. The eyes of the Aeon are fully open, its gazes become resolute. The cosmos will acknowledge your right to exact justice. And then you can say contemplate whether you have chosen the correct path, which is going to give you an evaluation of your situation. And you can seek to understand your power and discern its nature. The Aeon gazes into your soul, it studies your power, discerning its nature, and it dismisses everything else. Understand what mortals cannot comprehend. Your power is an essential part of your soul. It can grow and evolve like a living being. The Aeon analyzes different ways your power may develop. It probes your potential for a complete and final transformation and withdraws its gaze. Your power's potential is too grand and vast for the Aeon to discern. It cannot see your future or determine what you will become. And then contemplate whether you've chosen the correct path. The Aeon gazes at you from across the vast distance of cosmos. Its eyes pierces through your soul, sees that you have endured every storm and sought to tear you down. Your will has been your stalwart shield. Determination has been your weapon. The Aeon knows that the blade is sharp and the shield has never faltered. And you walk away from the mirror. So at this point, you can notice it says Purge Drezen of its criminals. And the good news is, at this point, we have basically one more thing to do, and then we will be able to walk down the path of the devil. Now, this is something that when I first played, I kind of missed, and I was wondering, when is the devil going to come back? What is going on? And my mistake was that I didn't push to get this done right away. Purge Drezen of its criminals. And it's actually very simple. So let me show you what you got to do. So all you got to do at this point is talk to the sets of different NPCs here in Drezen in the streets. So there's a couple categories. So first, the liars. So you say the eyes of the Aeon sees your transgression, admit that you've lied, and accept your punishment. And the liars say, what? Has somebody snitched on me already? Look, I don't even know that I would call it a lie. I serve in the ranks of your army, dutiful, minding supplies. They did what to string me up in Pitax, but I managed to escape. I got myself a new name and new papers. I joined the Crusade. I am paying for all my crimes, paying in full. And if we're going to be honest here, everybody lies. Some people lie about their age so can join a crusade. Others conveniently forget to mention their illness so they aren't kicked out. Some people steal their commander's glory. Others blame the innocent for the wrongs they've done. I like to escape the law, maybe against the rules, but doesn't everybody join a crusade to atone for their sins? You can answer it any way you want here, but being the most kind of Aeon brutal is I accuse you, all folks like you, of deception and obstruction of justice. You will be sent to Nerusan to face trial. From now on, you will only speak the truth. No, please, no. And literally, they all disappear. So you're just like a badass Aeon temporarily till we become a devil. So talking to the thieves, you do the same thing. And they say, why me? Why are you singling me out? It's the army. Anything that isn't nailed down gets nickeled. All the soldiers steal things, well, except maybe the paladins. They don't. But why? What am I supposed to do when my boots are worn down and I can't afford a new pair? Soldiers can requisition new clothes, but what are the men fighting in the rare supposed to do? The merchants hike up the prices because they know we have nowhere to go and they can charge whatever they want. Everybody says that Mendev is spending loads of money on the Crusades. Well, that's a load of rubbish. We're forced to eat scraps and we clothe ourselves in whatever we can find. Please don't be angry, Commander. We've stolen from your larder as well. We didn't mean any offense, but you and your companions eat much better than we do. Your cooks get all the best provisions, but the soldiers get watery gruel. And I'm not even a soldier. I'm minded storehouse. Look, I'm sick of moldy rations. Do you really think it's fair that we should be starved? And again, you have the 3 different options. And probably the most stringent, brutal one is the top one. You and all like you stand accused of theft. You will be sent to Nerusan to face trial. From now on, you will only speak the truth. And he says, and you should go investigate what Nevin is doing with their war funds. And again, they all disappear. So that's the second one. And then let's go ahead and find a third. Okay, and then the other area you need to go is right here. It's near the prisons. And so you're going to talk to the bribe takers. And again, you're going to go to judge them. And they say, I'm not taking bribes. Well, no more than anyone else, really. What am I supposed to do? One of the noble lords of Mendev sent me a friendly letter asking for their son to be kept out of trouble in a nice cozy garrison where nothing ever happens. They even sent me a little gift. If I had refused, even you would not have been able to help me, Commander. The rich rule of an iron hand and a velvet glove. If I want to keep my position, I have to make them happy. Blame them, not me. I was just unlucky. I was caught between a rock and a hard place. Besides, there are people out there who are much worse than me. And again, 3 different options. And you can just be brutal. Again, you're going to be the devil. You don't care. You and all the other bribe takers in this fortress have broken the law. You've allowed yourself to be ruled by greed and your desire to profit. Be sent to Nerat to stand trial. From now on, we only speak only the truth, no lies. Again, that's the pure Aeon one. But again, you can choose the other options as well if you want. Now, as a side note, I think this is the one I, in retrospect, chose. And this bottom one, this is unacceptable. I am your commander. You should be giving me a share of what you earn. And all who have bribe takers are, and I tend to collect what I'm owed. So, theoretically here, the devil is all about greed. So this one would probably be pretty good. Let's see what it says when you select it. Well, that's fair, I guess. So you went ahead and judged them, and notice that now that's done. And then we gotta select the Marauder. Again, same thing, you're gonna judge them, and they're gonna say, what, who, me? Looting? I've never looted, never stolen money. I've never even taken someone else's boots, unlike some people I could mention. I'm not a scavenger. I've only taken something once. My sword got stuck in a demon, so I looked around, found another one lying next to a corpse. What else was I supposed to do? Round the battlefield flailing my arms? The dead don't need weapons, and the sword saved my life that day. That sword? It's a good sword, fancy, enchanted even, with family crest. There's a rumor that the dead man's family sent you a letter after the battle asking it to be returned to them. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, I didn't want to give it back, but is that really a crime? The weapon isn't mine, but why should I be gathering dust on a wall when I could be using it to slay demons instead? I think I did the right thing. So again, you can choose to do whatever you see fit here. The most brutal one is this one. You can send them for judgment and they disappear. And then finally we have the Oath Breakers. So let's talk to them. Let's go ahead and judge them. So the soldier says, so you found out about that? Well, yes, I had to break my oath. Many of the Crusaders are Oath Breakers, one way or another. Some of them violated their oaths in order to join a crusade. Others swore to defend their temples or serve in holy orders. But how can you sit back and do nothing when the fate of Golarion itself hangs in the balance and the heads of your orders refuse to join the war or help Drezen? But those aren't the only Oath Breakers, the soldier gulps nervously. Some soldiers promised before the divine altars that they would return to their families alive and in one piece. Told their loved ones that they would only be gone for a few years. When they swore these oaths, they did not expect to die or grow old fighting. And again, 3 different options. Most brutal one is a crime regardless of motives. Hereby banish all Oathbreakers from the Crusade. So yeah, that's pretty brutal. You can also say I do not consider action a crime and be a little lenient on it. And again, in a way, if you kind of want to go and leave a little devil mark here, so you can say I do not consider your actions a crime, but those you owe serve an are unlikely to share the sentiment. I'm sure they would like to punish you in strict accordance with the law, and I have no desire to indulge them, but my mercy comes at a cost. I will negotiate the price of my silence, each of you separately. So again, that's kind of like the greedy side. And he turns pale and says, I suppose the old saying is true, no good deed goes unpunished. There you go. So at this point, once you've handled all of these, you will notice, even though it doesn't pop up in an update, the barrier, the mirror says it wants to talk to you. So we're going to go ahead and go over there and see what the mirror says. So at this point, we return to the mirror and the Citadel. And you can say, Drezen has been cleansed, decide what to do next. You know you have fulfilled your duty, but you are not at peace. On the contrary, you feel that there is not a distortion in the world. Your sense have been become so sharpened that your whole body being resonates with vibrations of the next disturbance. But where is it? Canabras, the place where it all began. And memories flash before your eyes. You see the horrible figure of this Kari above the building, and you see the brave and daring Terendelev attack this enemy, the swing of a scythe, and her head falls into a splatter of blood. Pain piercing through you, the purest of creations was destroyed by a being from another plane. This should not have happened. The very fabric of the world screams out against it. Only one who follows the true path of Aeon can heal this wound. Those who stray from it are powerless. And again, you can contemplate if you have strayed from the path. The Aeon gazes at you from across the very distance of the cosmos. Its eyes piercing through your soul. It sees that you have endured every storm that sought to tear you down. Again, you've been associated, so you haven't faltered, so it still deems you worthy. So at this point, you would normally go to Canabras, but as you see here, that is not going to happen because Melius is back. Now, if you want to see what happens from the Aeon side, you're going to want to check out my other guide that's going to focus purely on the Aeon path all the way through. But as I mentioned, this is the event that prompts Melius to come back. There's been people all over the internet wondering, hey, I'm playing through Act 5. Melius hasn't returned, why not? If he has not returned, all you have to do is make sure to judge all the different humans however you see fit. Come to this mirror and this will automatically proc. So let's take a look at the true beginning of turning to the devil in Act 5. So Melius says, Commander, you're just the person I need. I'm so happy you're still alive. The devil Melius welcomes you with a wave of his hand. He is impeccably dressed in a rich ornate robe and looks as arrogant and aristocratic as ever. And you say, where have you been? Devil's glittering rings are on a full display as he presses his hand to his heart. I was distracted by urgent business in hell, Commander, but believe me when I said that my thoughts were with you and the courageous defenders of Drezen. I'm sure you know the saying, when a cat's away, the mice will play. The devil chuckles. Well, that's what happens in Cana. Some opportunists thought that they could lay claim to my Lord Mephistos domain. They had to be dissuaded from this notion. They ask, what do you want from me? I wish to offer you the power and influence you deserve. I must admit, you fascinate me. Your determination, your love for justice. Yes, sometimes you can be too straightforward. Your decisions may be just, but you do not always look out for your own interests. So this is basically proccing this way because there were times where you're not kind of evil and selfish enough. It takes skill to find solutions that are both fair to others and beneficial to yourself, but if you practice on mice, or even on the rats you have infesting Drezen, the ones that scurry through the city and feel no guilt for their crimes, I have no doubt that you will acquire a taste for punishment, as well as many other practical skills, I'm sure. We do not have many elite devils in hell. We need devils with exceptional minds, devils that possess unlimited potential. So imagine how excited I was when I found an individual in Golarion which matched all of these criteria except one. He was not a devil, so Commander, I am offering you a special contract. Oh yes, Judge Dredd. Oh yes, Judge Dredd. This contract is about more than infernal power. I'm offering you a chance to become a devil. One of us, our equal. What do you say? And then you can talk to him about different elements here, and they'll tell you about the ups and downs. But basically, it's going to be a challenge. So let's go ahead and get to the good stuff and say, I like the sound of your offer. I agree. Melis presses his hand to his heart as if you've paid him a tremendous compliment. Commander, not expect you to accept my offer so eagerly. You had no hesitation, such discernment. You clearly know what is best for both you and Drezen. How splendid. There's only one thing left to do before you sign the contract, a mere formality really. There'll be a court hearing. I will have to give an official assessment of your behavior. It's nothing to worry about, I assure you. It's purely bureaucratic, record-keeping purposes. I'll be waiting for you in neutral territory, not far from Canabras. There is a place that was once known as Bastion of Justice. I'll meet you in the ruins there. Please come see me at your earliest convenience. And now Bastion of Justice has been revealed. Okay, now there is one more thing that I want to point out before you actually head over to this trial. You may want to pass some time until a Strengthening Diplomatic Connections event pops up. Now, if you're a little behind, you may have to spend some time because this will pop up numerous times. You're going to get progressively more buffs to the army. But in Act 5, there's going to be one very specific one, and that's this one I'm going to show right here. And if you have a character that is not very persuasive, if you don't have skill sets in charisma, if you don't have stats in charisma, or if you haven't pumped points into your ability to be diplomatic and persuasive, this item you're going to get from this is going to be critical in order for you to have a chance to succeed in case you have not been a perfect devil in practice, which is very, very easy to do. Again, I was for the most part trying to be very devilish, but I even messed up. And I'll show you when I load up the portion of my game where I deal with the trial. But so what you want to do is wait till this comes out, make sure you enact this, and then once it's done, go ahead and go into the Citadel, and I'll show you which option you need to choose. Okay, so Lady Konomi is going to show up. She says, Commander, what a blessing it is to have you back. Mendev is in need of your help. There's been a revolt in Wintersun. The disgruntled nobles are completely out of control. They proclaimed the Royal Council dissolved and arrested several of the members. Many politicians were accused of collaborating with the demons. Some were executed, others were torn apart by the crowd. The first treasure had fled. They're fighting in the streets between mercenaries hired by the aristocrats and the guards, who is loyal to the Royal Council. Drezen has received letters from the insurgents as well as from loyal servants of the crown requesting your support, but both the Royal Council and I have faith that you will elect to defend your legitimate authority. This faith is not misplaced, is it? So you're going to have multiple options, but what you want to do is you actually want to support Lady Konomi. And what's funny is most of the times her options are horrible. But here, if you select her, you're going to get a valuable relic from the treasury. The Goggles of Quick Grasp, and in this case, the goggles, they do everything. So these goggles grants were a plus 15 competence bonus on persuasion skill checks, as well as all lore and knowledge skill checks. All you care about is this persuasion increase. This is huge. So for diplomatic reasons, this is the equivalent of, 15 levels of pumping points into persuasion, which is huge. So make sure you select this and make sure that you equip this on your character before you go to the trials, and you'll see in my scenario just how helpful this is. So for your trial to become a devil, you need to go to the Bastion of Justice, and as the devil said, you just literally need to go down towards Canabras and just east of there. So let's go ahead inside and let's go check out your trial. Now, I do want to point out here the importance of that item I mentioned. Notice that my character only has 14 charisma. That's not huge. But if you look at my character sheet, I have been pumping persuasion, 20 ranks, but I have a plus 52 from persuasion. And the biggest part of this is that competence bonus from the goggles. Now, I'm also a Hell Knight, so I get some other bonuses and a couple feats I've picked up in order to pump my persuasion some more. But again, a huge part of that are Z goggles, and so I have a plus 52 persuasion. You don't need it quite this high, obviously, but let's say you didn't put any points into this. The goggles can go a long way to helping you make sure you don't fail these trials. And let's see why, because some of these persuasion checks are going to be pretty high. So here we go, we approach the Z-Devil, and notice now it says Mephistopheles. Meles is sipping wine from a goblet. He looks bored, but his eyes light up when he sees you. Flashes a cheerful smile. Commander, we meet at last. The time has come for me to judge your efforts. I'm afraid that I, Mephistopheles, which is basically the ruler of hell, the ruler of Cana, cannot allow you to return to Canabras until you have stood trial. And so you can say, so you're actually Mephistopheles? Well then, I have some questions I want to ask you. I'm sure you do. By all means, Commander, ask away. You can say, why did you conceal your true identity? I was playing a part of an impassive observer, Commander. Would not have been beneficial for me to reveal myself. I may have occasionally nudged you towards the correct decision, but have abstained from significant intervention in your affairs. Instead, chose to watch events unfold. I must admit, I could grow tiresome sometimes. The problem of your little fort were so trivial. However, you were a constant source of entertainment. There was never a dull moment with you, Commander. It would be a shame if our beautiful friendship had to come to an end. So you can ask other questions, but we're gonna go ahead and say no questions. You could attack him. Don't do that if you want to become a devil. Also, don't leave. So you're gonna want to ask him, how are you going to judge me? And he says, the same way you judge others in a court of law. And of course, we will need witnesses. We are not going to break the protocol. The devil looks around. It seems that we don't have jury. No matter, I will assemble the wisest and most respected lords of hell. I will be the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury, of course. You will have the right to defend yourself. What do you say, Commander? Shall we begin? Are you worthy of hell's favor? I will be sentenced to death. Let us begin. I can go ahead and ready to begin the trial. He claps happily. Wonderful, let us begin. I, Mephistopheles, the ruler of Cana, would judge you, Judge Dredd, the commander of Drezen. And let us travel to the past when Judge Dredd discovered the power of the Aeon and took his first tentative steps to the path. We aren't really going to travel through time, of course. I was speaking figuratively. We don't have the audacity of this self-proclaimed Aeon. When Judge Dredd began to solve petty, insignificant disputes brought up petty, insignificant people, he immediately demonstrated talent for diplomacy. Of course, the humble devil Meles had to prompt, push, and direct the commander into making the right decision. Really, you could say that Meles became his teacher and mentor, but the devil's tireless efforts have paid off. The commander is beginning to stray from the false path at Aeon. But it is all water under bridge. Since that time, the commander has made many decisions. Some of them were good, and others were questionable. He even tried to bring order to the abyss. but let's continue our journey through the commander's past. Our hero departed the Abyss and decided to punish everyone who had harmed Drezen. The demons lost their powers and were sent back to their home, playing in humiliation. People cheered, of course. They would have preferred those demons were killed, but who's going to argue with them? And speaking of arguments, would you like to present any in court? So, it's always going to behoove you to do these diplomatic checks. So they start out not too bad, 27, which obviously is horrible if you have no diplomacy skill. But you could say, my lord, it is a great honor to be given so much attention. Everything I've heard so far has been very enlightening. I'd like the judge and jury to take my lack of experience into consideration for declaring the final verdict. No Golarian has ever become an Aeon before, but this case is truly unprecedented. If you succeed, it's haha, very clever. I like how quickly you've grasped the rules of the game. Your mental acuity does you credit. But now that I have briefly described the life of our pseudo-Aeon, we can now discuss the reason I call this court into session. It is not an Aeon's judgment that sets apart from everyone else. I'm not an Aeon, but I wear the mantle of judge very well, as you can see. No, what sets an Aeon apart is the ability to change the balance of the universe. It is in an Aeon's nature to seek balance, and when our pseudo-Aeon found himself in the chaos of the whirlwind, he chose to become a servant of order. And then, when he began to see distortions in space-time, he decided it was his duty to fix them. The commander discovers distortions and, of course, bravely ventures there to recklessly hack away at the fabric of time as he sees fit. Lucky for us, time is more resilient than it appears, has actively resisted the commander's intervention and even remain unchanged. Everything is in perfect order, but who can guarantee that things will end well the next time? Well, Judge Dredd, do you have anything to say for yourself? And again, now a slightly more difficult check, 36. I like to remind the distinguished court that not every devil can measure the Aeon's influence of space and time. Therefore, it is impossible to prove whether or not number of potential contracts increased or decreased as a result of the interventions. Perhaps you could put the ripples and fabrics of time to good use and reap the benefits. And if you succeed, he says, you have an eye for details. Not bad, not bad. Your penchant for bureaucracy will get you far, but let us continue. Let's put the topic of your achievements aside. During all the time I've known you, I have always acted as an impartial observer. I have never demanded anything of you. However, if you truly want to become a devil, the mantle of the pseudo-Aeon is not the only thing you have to cast aside. Receive something from the horror lounging on Alushinra throne, a profane gift. Malice winches, but the gift of the abyss have no places in hell. And so this was the mistake I mentioned. So you do not want to accept that gift, because otherwise you gotta deal with this repercussion. And she says, reject Noctula's gift, Judge Dredd, and renounce your chaos forever. And so the rejection isn't the tricky part. The tricky part is passing the save here. Now, I don't have the most insane saves on this build. If you have a build that has really high will saves, you'll be okay. When I played this originally, I failed this will save, and we'll see what happens. I will likely fail it again if by some miracle I succeed in this live playthrough. I'll let you know otherwise. But let's see. Very well, I reject the gift. But of course, she's trying to influence us. Your rebellious desires rouse the anger of the obsidian serpent that guards your heart. Its sharp fangs sink into your flesh, spreading venom through your body and setting it ablaze. Your throbbing pulse resounds in your ears like the drums of a giant as the world around you is slowly drained to color. And of course, see, I failed. You need a 39 difficulty check. Unfortunately, I would have had to roll almost perfectly to succeed on this. And nothing happens. You cannot overcome the sweet poison of the Lady of Shadows. Not only gift is now part of you, whether you want it or not. And I believe this was my big problem, because I think this really pissed him off. The devil wrinkles his nose in disgust. Is that the best you can do? What a pathetic sight. Lowly succubus is wrapped around her little fingers. Incredible. I do not mean that as a compliment. Oh well, I suppose it can't be helped. Let's tally up the score and reach a verdict. I'll admit that I had my doubts. Was I being too strict in my assessment? Was I jumping to conclusions based on my prejudice against you? But the way you handle yourself during the trial was enough to convince me. As usual, I have been right this whole time. So here's the final verdict. And so this seems weird based on his comment he just said, but the court finds you unworthy. Judge Dredd, you are found guilty of impersonating an Aeon, tampering with the natural flow of temporal process. And what should I choose as my third point? But of course, contempt of court. I hereby sentence you to death. The sentence will be carried out immediately. Now, if you don't have a really good persuasion score, you're going to have to face a pretty gnarly battle. I do believe, I haven't tested it, but if you win, I think you still become a judge potentially. But if you have really good diplomacy, and as you can see, I have plus 52, so I'm going to pass this, you can still overcome all these other fallacies and problems you had. So you can say, if I may, I'd like to give my closing statement. First, I repent of any mistakes I made in the past. Second, I would like to point out that my death will not benefit you in any way. However, it would be advantageous for both of us if I become a new devil. And if you succeed, he says, he laughs, "Oh, Commander, a fighter until the end. I like your determination. You're a moment away from death, but you're still trying to bargain with your executioner. If that isn't the behavior of a true devil, I don't know what it is. Yes, you have persuaded me. Well, Commander, are you ready to sign a contract and seal your future?" And yeah, at this point, let's do this. I agree to sign a contract. Excellent. Then sign a contract, and we'll put an end to these formalities. Obviously, you can no longer follow the path of the Aeon, because now it's time to rock and roll with the devil. And there you go. Boom. We get a tier 8, mythic tier 8 devil. Basically, you repick your option at tier 8. And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of people said, oh, you choose it at mythic 9. No, we do not start at mythic 9. We start at mythic 8. All we get is the Hell's Decree, and we repick our mythic feat that we chose before, most likely, or you could change it. And there you go. You don't get that much early on, to be honest with you. You will get, we'll go over all the benefits of the Devil of Mythic 8, 9, and 10 at the end. Once I show you how to unlock everything, we'll kind of put it all together for you. Mephistopheles looks over the contract one more time, then smirks. Excellent, Commander. Congratulations. And join in the ranks of the Devils. Now everything is perfectly legal. So obviously Soso is not going to be very happy. A lot of people are not going to be happy. Safe travels. Should you wish to talk, I'll wait in Drezen. And by the way, always remember that you're not alone. Allies may arrive in Drezen at any minute to pay their respects to you. So now we have Laws of Friendship, which is the new quest line. You're going to meet some allies, and this is the pathway that's going to have you unlock all the different unique units for the devil. Now I'm going to go over all these. I do want to point out the first one's going to proc right when we get back to Drezen at the Citadel. The other ones will proc over time. The slightly annoying thing is it's not going to be a decree. You're not going to get any notification. I don't know the exact amount of days between these events. I've tested it. It's somewhere between 10 and 20 days, I think, roughly, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. And you're just going to want to constantly check back at the Citadel, and it will always start with the devil coming with some people in procession. Now let's go ahead and take a look at how these look and go through every step and all of your unlock options. So once you come back to the Citadel, after becoming the devil, or a devil, Mephistopheles smiles at you and gestures to the people with him. Commander, please welcome her Infernal Magistrix, Abrogale Thrune, Queen of Chelax, head of the thrice damned House of Thrune. This noble lady has traveled to Drezen incognito as a show of favor. A slight smile flickers across Abrogale's beautiful but haughty face. Her dark eyes follow you every move. Judge Dredd, commander of the Crusade, hero of Mendev, on behalf of all of Chelax, we greet you. We are certain that the Crusades have never before seen such a brilliant commander. For reference, the Chelax is a nation that is aligned with devils, so opposed to demons, which is a key part of this. Abrogale nods towards the man standing at her side. General Megildal Vals, our old friend and loyal servant. Good Megidal would not let us come here by ourselves. He's too concerned for our well-being. Is this not so, Megadal? Megadal bows. He is not yet old, but there is gray in his hair and a goatee. His cold gray eyes betray no emotion. I swore to protect you with my life, your magistrix. And you can say, what brings you here? Same force that brings many others here, curiosity. What is happening now in Drezen cannot be compared to the Crusades of old. The only thing we can predict certainty is your future rise. Perhaps Drezen's no match for Cheliax, but Lord Mephistopheles himself has spent much time with you here and speaks volumes. Abigail, regarding you from under dark eyelashes, you're even more unusual than we'd been told. A fallen Aeon reborn a devil. We have never met one such as you. How very, very intriguing. And you say, the Queen of Chelax traveled all the way just to make my acquaintance. Tell me the real reason why you're here. Abigail allows herself a slight chuckle. Some things are impossible to hide from a devil, no? And since you have already embarked on this path, how could Cheliax stay on the sideline and abandon its ally? Why not see the devil commander in person and be certain the interests of Cheliax, Hell, and Drezen align? Given our august sister Galfrey did not hesitate to address you in person, there's no shame if we do the same. Wish only to strengthen our friendship, which Lord Mephistopheles established. Our friendship will prove helpful when Neresan demands the return of Drezen, or claims the former lands of Sarcosis as Menevian territory, and will do so as soon as your crusade ends in triumph and it has no more use for you. And then you have you can learn a little more about Cheliax, but you can say, so you can always say, I do not want Cheliax warriors walking around and leave my city. So there are multiple chances for you to kick out this commander, and it's going to kind of push the events forward towards unlocking Mythic 10, but I recommend you keep him around, and it's going to give you, again, more options for your crusade. So you say, make yourself comfortable in Drezen. I'll see to it that you want for nothing. And she says, thank you for your hospitality, Commander, but we are afraid Megadal will be the only one accepted. Urgent matters request our presence in Cheliax. We have ordered Megadal and his men to serve your assistance, that we may prove Cheliax's goodwill deeds. He will then provide us with a full report. We do hope reading it will not make us frown, as we do not desire wrinkles. Until we meet again, Commander. So that is all about greeting him. And now you're going to say, we do need to keep his activities in check. And so the majority of the, or all the other options that are going to come up are going to be timed. Now I do want to point out one event that I have a save on that I believe actually can happen before this, before you even potentially become a true devil, but after the devil comes back. And it's kind of, I will call it an unofficial devil option. And let me show you which one it is. So it will again happen randomly, but let's take a look at it. And so this is going to be a strengthening the diplomatic connections decree again. And so this is after the one where we got the cool eyepiece. And again, it is kind of time gated once you get these things done. So we just want to make sure we just skip a day, get that to be completed, and then we're going to return back to Citadel. So always, as always, Lady Konami's here. She says, apologies, Commander, but an ambassador of a certain nation demands to see you. Nation that we consider to be our ally, at least until they came up with the outrageous proposition we're about to discuss. Isger greets you, Commander. My name is Nara Kor, my lord. Handev the Sixth, steward of Isger, bid me put myself at your disposal. Isger reserved Mendev as a trusted and loyal ally, and our nation will not leave you in your hour of need. The war has brought chaos and anarchy to the land of Mendev, and we stand ready to come to your aid. The Isgeri Expeditionary Corps is ready to assume control of Neresan and the larger Mendevian cities to restore order and a central authority. But to avoid diplomatic misunderstanding, we ask that you accept our help allow us to cross Mendev's borders. Mendev is, and then Lady Konami cuts off the ambassador. Mendev is quite capable of dealing with issues without external help. Commander, I must ask you, send your own forces to the capital. Don't put the nation into the hands of foreigners. And so there's going to be various options here. Sosi will say, saving Mendev benefits all nations of Avistan. So why does it have to be only one country that helps us? We'll ask all our neighbors to send their trusted servants who will resolve the crisis and keep an eye on each other, preventing any temptations to exploit our land and resources. Darren says, I'm not particularly enamored with the idea of calling in outsiders to instill order in our country. Before I know it, I'll no longer be a count, and some disagreeable foreigner will be living in my estate. Imagine other nobles will relate to the concerns, so why don't we ask them for help? Lon says, whatever coat of arms is on the banners of the people will bring order. It's all the same to me. They can take care of the people, let them come and help. So here are your options. And the reason I call this kind of an unofficial choice is because there is one option that is quite interesting. And the option is actually saying that Lana is right. I approve of Isgar's actions because it unlocks the Sisters of Golden Erinyes mercenary unit, monks of high defensive potential. And it's going to give you 8 Sisters of Golden Erinyes, and then you're going to be able to recruit them. Now, why do I call these unofficial units? Is because they are a Grand Tier unit, they are lawful evil, really good defensive stats. So they have almost 600 health, 30 AC, they have damage reduction 3. So that's really, really good. They do for a defensive unit, they do reasonable damage of 23 to 25. And you'll notice, here's the key that I say unofficial devil units, because they are female monks from Isgard who worship Asmodeus. All of them were orphaned during the wars with goblins and raised in a convent. Their fighting style, known as Hamatulatsu, is inspired by the tactics of the barbed devils, guardians of hell. So, if you want another defensive frontline unit that's technically devil adjacent, this is the option for you. It's going to piss off a lot of people, but that's what I chose. And I'll go ahead and show you really quick the unit. Now I've gone ahead and entered a random battle just so you can see the monks in action here. So let's take a look at this really quick. Let's just blow up the majority of these units here. Now this is a base army that you actually get because you were part of the Aeon forces, or you were an Aeon in Mythic 8. And as you may or may not know, when you come back to Drezen Act 5, your entire army you had built up in Act 3 is gone, which is a total pain in the butt. So we're going to just pass on here so I can just show you her. And again, we kind of saw the stats on here before. Now, I have some other buffs that they gained from my character, so the AC actually bumped up all the way to 33. And she doesn't have any kind of special abilities, but she is immune to poison, disease, stun effects, so and paralysis. So she's quite good. So let me kind of show you the animations. We're going to kind of move up with her. Her movement animation. Again, there's only 8 of her, so she's not going to be that powerful. She could very easily die. Okay, good. I was hoping they didn't target her. Alright, so here are her attack animations if you are curious. So normal punch. Again, there's only 8 of her. You can get a bunch of her in attack, so she's just like literally just like a fighting monk. And she's alright. Again, very, very defensive. Lots of health, lots of AC. So not a bad frontline force for your devil. Okay, now we're going to focus on all the devil-specific mechanic events. Now, I do want to point out, as soon as you become a devil, you do unlock one unique ability for the devil. And that is called Infernal Might. You can use it every 10 days. And all generals get a +5 bonus to power. Effect lasts for 2 days. Not the most powerful effect, to be honest with you. Outside of that, nothing else what I found mechanically effectively is related to the devil on the world map. So it's a little vanilla on that side. So let's take a look at the first event. Alright, so the first time around, the devil comes back with Megiddo Valley. He says, "Good health to you, Commander. I bring welcome news. Just over the border with Mendev, quite close to here, there are several villages that could serve the Crusade's cause. Those, Medigav wenches, those insolent commoners tried to resist, but we acted on Drezen's authority under martial law, so they were forced to submit. We will be furnished with reports detailing the results of our first sortie, including numbers of recruits grafted into your army, quantities of food and livestock requisitioned from the peasants, list of those who resisted. Those marked with the Black Cross were summarily executed for flagrant disobedience. I suggest using these new recruits for manual labor, but first, they must be quartered somewhere." And Mephistopheles says, "Well done, General Valix. Quick, sharp, and merciless as befits a true warrior. Surely, you'll agree, Commander, soldiers give their lives on the battlefield to defend Mendev, yet Mendevian farmers haven't given anything to those fighting on their behalf. An absurd situation, is it not? We want to win. Everyone must contribute to victory. Time has come for harsh measures." So here are your two options that are going to have some actual benefits. And of course, you can say it's unacceptable and you can cut off all the interactions with Chelaxian. If you do that, it's going to kind of, again, as I mentioned before, fast forward to the part where you're going to get to unlock Mythic Level 9, but you're going to miss all these kind of Crusade options. So, option number 1, I like the Chelaxian way of doing things. I will allocate a barrack to the new recruits. If you do that, an Infernal Forge is going to be basically something that you can make. An Infernal Forge increases material points by 3 and financial points by 100. Only one Infernal Forge can be built in each fort. Or perhaps it's the standard practice in Chelaxian, but Mendev has different laws. We can resolve this misunderstanding if you release the peasants and pay compensation for their mayhem you've caused, both to Mendev and to me for damaging our relationship with our neighbors. This will give you 50,000 gold, which is nice if you want the money. But again, it's going to cause a bunch of tension. It's up to you, but this is, since money is not something you normally run too low on, I find in this game, a lot of times you're having to spend a bunch of money if you're enjoying a Crusade system on these, on materials, for example, and financial points to buy stuff. So it's your choice, but I chose the Infernal Forge and it'll give you an option to upgrade it later. So I know you do understand. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Commander. I'll be sure to tell Her Magistrix her partnership is off to a good start. And Ms. Stifley says, how gratifying to see the beginning of a new friendship. Keep this up and victory will be ours. Now after some time passes, probably around another 10 to 20 days or so is my estimate. When you return to the Citadel, again, this will not be prompted by anything else. This will just happen once you return to Citadel. Medigav and the Devil return to you, and they say, I hope I'm not interrupting you, Commander. I have to report that more serious warriors are starting to take an interest in Chelaxian and our forces. However, Army currently only has Her Magistrix subjects in its ranks, so I suggest forming a new order for those who desire Chelaxian discipline. Only the best would be allowed to join the elite of your army that meet Chelaxian requirements. Naturally, they will worship Lord Asmodeus to identify and train the most talented warriors. Experts on military training have been dispatched from Chelaxian. Quarters previously occupied by followers of Desna have already been commandeered to serve as the residents of the new order. All that's left is for you to give the order, a mere formality, really. Mestipheles smirks, isn't it wonderful, Commander? You'll be the founder of a new order that may outshine the Hell Knights. How could you turn down such an opportunity? Could a few embedded Desnites be more important than a skilled detachment of iron discipline subjects to you alone? So you have an option here. I can agree a new order would be most welcome. You can exile any priests. And then you can, of course, also say Drezen has always had and still has freedom to religion. Or this is unacceptable. And again, both of these options are really anti the Devil Path, so if you want the cool features and units, you want to do the top one. And he says, then that's what we'll do, Commander. Rest assured, we will provide thorough training to the warriors in your order. And then it shall be so, Lord Asmodeus will be pleased with this influx of new followers. But then he's going to say, since the creation of an order is a long process, you only have limited numbers of experts. I'd like to know which army specialization you plan to train first. Now he mentions first, but as far as I know, you're only going to get an opportunity to pick one of these. You will, in some other ways, get a limited numbers of both the Infernal, Infantry, Cavalry, and Archers, but you got to pick one. So your options are the main barrack gets upgraded into Infernal Infantry. And these guys are pretty beefy defenders, 26 AC, 394 hit points, 8 to 15 damage. Do note, these are basically weaker versions of the monks that I discussed earlier. But obviously you can recruit a lot more of these. Option number 2 are the Cavalry, and the Infernal Cavalry are pretty good. They have 296 hit points, 26 AC, 16 to 23 damage, and again, a big thing for them is that they're very, very mobile, and they're going to replace your cavalry that you have. Or the Infernal Archers. Now, in retrospect, when I chose originally, I chose the cavalry. But honestly, the Infernal Archers, if I'm being objective, are the most powerful. They have 107 hit points, which is pretty sturdy, 16 AC, which is really good. It's the same as the Rangers, but their damage is insane. It's even higher than your marksmen that up until now were like the kings of DPS. So 56 to 63 damage. That's what I would recommend you pick, most likely, if you are into ranged attacks, which you should be because they are godly. But it's up to you. Remember, you will not get a chance to re-pick these as far as I have seen. So again, for this example, I'll go ahead and pick the archers. They can pick whatever they want. So your wish is my command. In the name of Asmodeus, we will train warriors that will be unequaled in battle. And again, a little later in this video, I'm going to go ahead and make sure to show you a battle where all of these units are together, because you will get a limited number of all the units. We're going to address all the stats and review them for you. Alright, after another 10 to 20 days or so, another event's going to proc. And Megiddo, it comes back and says, Commander, my respects, I come bearing good news. By the grace of her infernal magistrates, an escort has arrived from Chelax, a group of choice slaves, all of whom are strong, healthy, and obedient. They gladly die for your battle should you care to arm them. I'd advise you to take a closer look at the tiefling specifically. The Overseer and Agorian have selected the specimens who inherited the most advantageous traits of their demonic ancestors. Mr. Philly says, slaves personally selected by the Overseer of the House of Thrune. What an honor, and how incredibly fortunate for you, Commander. It surely benefits you that it will not be your loyal soldiers dying for your cause, but rather miserable slaves resigned to their fates. So you have two main options other than not accepting anything. So you could either choose excellent, let them fight for us as regular soldiers. This is gonna give you 6 battle slaves. They're shock infantry, low morale but good fighting skills, and they're recruited at the commander's headquarters. And it's gonna unlock the mercenary battle slave mercenary units. Now, if you look at their stats here, they do really good damage actually for what they are. 30 to 39 damage, but they have okay 49 AC, only 46 health, and it's the strongest and most warlike of slaves turned into soldiers before going to war. All of them have undergone harsh and highly qualified training, so deaths wouldn't be pointless. Now for me, because of the low health especially, I chose not to pick them up. You can. There's also an alternative though that I kind of chose, and you could say I only have use for trained soldiers. As for the slave, transfer them to the barracks of the peasants you captured earlier and let them work on the better equipment for the soldiers. So basically infernal forges that if you had chosen previously, that add to your resources, In addition to increasing finance and material points income, provide a +1 bonus to attack, AC, saving throws, and initiative for all trainable units. And so those are the ones that are going to come from your barracks, the archery, etc. And those are going to be quite potent, and you're going to have a ton of them. So this is a huge buff. That is the one I recommend you choose. That's the one I chose, and later on when I assess the other units together, I will be going off of choosing this one. But for now, just so I can show you these in case you are wondering what they look like in battle, I will make this choice. If you say so, it will be done. I will report to her magistrates that you approved of the slave she sent. They will not disappoint you, I swear. Chelax is no shortage of slaves, but I'm certain you have been sent only the best, and for free no less. Quite the acquisition, Commander. My congratulations. So let's go ahead and take a look what these units are like in battle. So let's take a look at these battle slaves in combat. They're itty bitty and tiny, but it looks like they have like some giant heavy flail. So if we look at their stats again, they are technically considered mythic units. They have 16 EC, which isn't great. Only 44 health, but they do have 25 to 34 damage each. Strongest and more warlike, the slaves turn into battle soldiers basically. They have the ability to charge. They're stubborn. So let's see what if we can do anything effectively. Again, there's only 6 of them, but I want to show you kind of, there's their movement animation. All right, let's see what they do. So here's their little battle animation in case you guys were curious. Swinging this giant flail. Again, I mean, 91 damage for 6 of them, not bad. So if you get a ton of these, again, if you look at the damage they do compared to a lot of these melee units, it's quite good. So these Sisters of Gold and Erinyes, they do 24 to 26, which is less than these little guys, but they're obviously way more defensive. Your Infernal Cavalry, which again, tons of AC, ton of health, they only do 17 to 24, so this is quite a bit more. So again, they're very one-dimensional. They're fragile. They don't have phenomenal AC. They have okay AC. But if you have a ton of them, they can do a bunch of burst DPS potentially. So up to you whether you want to choose these little guys. Alright, after another 10 to 20 days, you're going to get visited at the Citadel again. And Megida says, "My greetings, Commander. Allow me to report that I have signed the documents approving the export some samples of Sarkorian culture to Cheliax, idols, carvings, decorations, anything that could be of interest to the Aspis Consortium and Cheliax. The Consortium trade in rare items and antiquities. They will give you the best price on the colonial market. There are also certain demonic relics that would be safer in a Hell Knight Citadel. They will be preserved and properly studied. You'll be compensated for this, of course." And Mephistopheles says, "The Aspis Consortium is a well-known organization respected amongst collectors. Once they learn you have allied with Cheliax, they'll offer you the best price for our finds. My devils will see to it." So you can say a tempting offer. We could use the money right now. This will give you 200,000 gold. So if you're short on gold, you can choose this option. Or the heritage of Sarcosis must remain in Sarcosis. And if you want to study demonic relics, do so here. I will have a reliquary built for this purpose. So what's kind of cool about this lets you build a reliquary that provides +3 bonus to attack, AC, saving throw, and initiatives for all mythic units. So these are all your kind of high-end devil units. Only one relic can be built in each fort. That's what I chose, because those are some nice buffs. Or you can say, you may take the relics, but I'll keep most precious ones for myself. If you choose that, you're going to be provided valuable trophy, which is a unique item. It's a bracers that are +8 armor, and they automatically confirm critical hits against chaotic enemies, which is like everything you face endgame. In addition, whenever the wearer of the bracers confirms a critical hit against chaotic enemy, the enemy suffers -2 penalty to AC and all saving throws for 3 rounds. So these are bracers that you put on basically casters and people that can't wear normal armor if you're not going to cast mage armor on them. So it's an alternative to that and quite powerful. But what I chose, if you're into the Crusade game, I said the reliquary is the best option. If you're skipping the Crusade game or don't care much about it for the most part, then probably the money, or if you don't need the bracers. But I went ahead and chose the Reliquary, and that was really nice for buffing my little army in the fields, which I had fun with. And then his response is he crosses his arms. Sarcosis fell, which means it lost all its claims to its property. Moreover, we are at war, hardly optimal conditions to allow our research to immerse themselves in study of these relics, but we are in your territory and we will do as you order. How much money you would have made by selling relics, no one needs. Of course, it wouldn't have solved all of your problems, but it certainly would have improved many of them. A shame. Alright, and now comes your penultimate meeting with the devil and Megiddo. Megiddo's armor has been polished with even greater diligence than usual. His entire appearance speaks to the importance of this occasion. Rejoice, Commander. The priests of Lord Asmodeus, who speak with the masters of hell himself, have designed to grace Drezen with their presence. They have given me the authority to speak on their behalf. I bring you their promises. Not only will they spread the faith of the strong, faith in the power of law and order, they will fight for you. They will pray to Asmodeus for you. They will open the path to truth for your people, and all required of you is the modest donation of and authorization to act as they see fit, for the glory of Asmodeus and Drezen, of course. Mephistopheli says, smirks, Commander, it would, of course, make me quite jealous were you to address Asmodeus through the priest rather than through me, but let's face it, I'm too lazy to fight for anyone but myself. While they will greatly strengthen your army, no one can deny their zeal. So you have option 1, which is sign a document. Drezen welcomes the servants of Asmodeus. Glory to great Chelaxians. And this allows you to call upon the church, allowing you to recruit Asmodeus clerics, spellcasters capable of dominating and weakening enemies. Now these are spellcasting units, the Grand Tier Mythic units. They are pretty gnarly. I didn't choose them in my playthrough, but they have 425 hit points, 16 base AC, 26 base AC. Their base damage in melee is 32 to 37. They have a bunch of other options here and features, coup de grace. As far as the ones that make a impact, I believe Dispel, Dominate are the big ones. So they're servants of cruel and tyrannical religion who believe that the strong must rule over the weak. They came to impose their order, ruthless and mandatory for everyone. Or you can say, I'm a devil. There are already devils in my army. Mephistopheli himself is on my side. I do not need his priests. So if you select this, you unlock Hell's Invocation. They allow recruitment of executioner devils, warriors capable of teleporting into the enemy ranks and unleashing massacres. These are ridiculously powerful, but they are also very rare. They have 445 health, 26 AC, but an insane 179 to 190 damage per hit. This is by far the most powerful single attack unit I've seen in the game so far, and they require an insane 2,325 EXP. This is important because this relates to how many of these you can multiply using your ability on the main map, where you can multiply units. So they're chosen Erinyes whose flesh has undergone a painful transformation. These invisible warrior maidens serve as the executioners of hell and enjoy the slaughter they cause. So this is the one I chose, and when I do kind of the review of the units in a singular battle, I will go ahead and show these off there, because this was the one I chose in my original playthrough. But just to show you the other option, I will right now choose this first option and show you how the devil basically responds. He is not happy when you choose this first option. The second option, he's very happy and like, oh, you think much of me. Let's take a look what happens when we unlock these Priestess. So it says, glory to the great Cheliax. Medieval bows, I will inform her infernal magistrates that our partnership is developing quite well. I have another piece of news. The Queen wishes to speak with you once more. She will make you an offer I dare not speak of. And Mephistopheli says, you will see how wonderful it is to have strong and thoughtful friends We're always ready to come to your aid, Commander. I look forward to further developments. So again, this was the penultimate meeting. There's going to be a time portion here, and the final visit from Chelax is going to be coming. But for now, let's go ahead and take a look at what these priests are like in combat, in case you want to consider them. And so, choosing the priests, you're going to get this repeatable decree. The decree takes 2 days to solve, and it takes 5 days to cool down. And similar to the assassins, they're the hellish executioners, you only get one at a time, which is really, really slow. But let's go ahead and issue this decree, and I'll show you what they look like in your party. So here are the Asmodean clerics. Now I want to point out a bug, and I found this, I'm assuming it's a bug. And this bug is for both the Asmodean clerics as of right now, and also for the executioners. And the bug is that it doesn't let you move the unit over here. Now if you click this button to force them over, they will literally disappear. So the only way I've been able to get them to go into a party is quite literally swap everybody over. And then what you can in theory do here is make it so that you get you can recall your old leader, and after 2 days you can assign them over here. So that is definitely an option. Now, before we actually jump in and take a look at the priest, I actually wanted to point out another potential unit that you will have an option to get, and this is going to be part of a decree event. Unfortunately, I looked through all my save files and I couldn't quite find the event for this, but it'll be very, very clear. So when a decree comes up for this option for you, one of the options is going to be able to get the Hellish Avengers. So they basically join your army in exchange for the right to torture prisoners to their heart's content. And you're going to get basically a repeatable decree. It takes 2 days to solve this. There's a 5-day refresh. And you get these Erinyes that I'm going to show you. They are basically mythic lawful evil units. They are really, really powerful. They have AC 16, 82 hit points, which is not great, but they do 55 to 62 damage. And also, very important, they have an option here that you're going to get an ability when they shoot. And it doesn't look like it shows up here, but basically, oh, there it is, right here. Entangling Strike, and I'll show this off. You can basically immobilize units. So they're beautiful female devils sculpted from the souls of fallen priests or celestials. They entangle their foes with ropes made of their own hair, and then torture their helpless victims without mercy. You will actually get this earlier on. That's going to come up as a decree. I highly recommend you get this, and then you can kind of pump them up over time with this decree. And you can also increase them by a large margin by using your specific ability, this ability here, the Call to Arms. So if you isolate them and cast this on them when they're alone, you're going to get a massive amount of them, and that's kind of how I built them up. So let's take a look at what that looks like. They look like in combat. All right, so here we have the units. We'll start. I'll just throw in the Infernal Cavalry, and we'll take a closer look at them in a moment in the next battle. But here are these amazing, amazing archers. Not only do they look amazing, but they're really powerful. So take a look at what they do. So they did over 11,000 damage there. I have 193 of them, which is not bad. Now again, it's a chance to entangle them. We'll see if they pop up. And here are the clerics. So their movement animation. Now what's odd here is that I noticed this is my first time testing him, because again I didn't choose them. I put him this army just because, but they show up as them being 0 of them, which is really, really odd. Again, I think this is part of that same bug that when you merge them into an army they disappear. I don't know why that is, but nevertheless, at least you can see their animations, and hopefully this gets fixed in a patch. Now do note that they also get, the priests get 3 different abilities or spells. They have this spell they can cast, and it looks like you can cast this 5 times. This spells all positive effects on target enemy or negative effects on allied. They have Dominate, so all enemies within 1 foot burst, they're going to It says target units attack its allies for 2 rounds. It's a mind affecting effect. So obviously it's like a AoE mind control. And then you have an ability called Not a Step Back. And it says, so you can cast this on another enemy, or it might be yourself as well. Unit gains +4 bonus to attack and receives a -2 penalty to speed for 1 round. So you can cast that on them. Now let's take a look at what that looks like. Let's say we cast it on, there you go, it looks like that. And that was a swift action, so that means you can still attack technically. We can also, for example, dispel, and this one is a standard action. See if we can debuff, lower their buffs. I don't know if that worked or not. And let's finally take a look at the attack animations for the Clerics. It's kind of like a spinning, did 1 damage, amazing. And obviously there was 0 of them, so they get 1 shot. So there you go, those are all the animations. And there's the entangling root animation. That's the final one I want to show you. So now you could technically move away. It's not going to go anywhere. And it procs on a pretty regular basis actually, but it wasn't really showing up too much in this battle. But as you can kind of see, they're not going to be able to do anything, and we can kind of attack as we see fit. So again, there are the Erinyes that I highly recommend, and also the Clerics. They have some interesting abilities, but again, compared to the other Executioners, I don't think they compare whatsoever. Definitely not on a coolness factor, and definitely not on a DPS factor. Unfortunately, they are kind of bugged out, so hopefully that gets fixed soon. Alright, now, after you wait another roughly 10 to 20 days, and actually, depending on your progress, like for me, this actually occurred the very next day, so I don't know if there's like some other internal timer on this, but if I remember correctly, this actually happened rather quickly for me. You get this official Infernal audience. So unlike any of the other events that were kind of hidden, you get to randomly guess when they're going to pop up. This one is official, and you go to the headquarters. And Abigail looks extremely pleased, and she even graces you with a slight smile. Commander, Judge Red, what a joy it is for us to greet you once more. We're delighted to meet you as a friend rather than on the field of battle. After all, it is only with a friend that we can speak openly, and only to a friend would we give valuable gifts or explore new opportunities. Indeed, it is these opportunities we wish to discuss with you, opportunities to strengthen our friendship. But first, I would like to ask you about my servant Drezen. General Valis has been a diligent representative of Chelax, and our peaceful dialogue was made possible by his efforts. Wouldn't you agree, Commander? So, you can choose whatever you want here. I feel like he's doomed no matter what. Now, in my choices, my playthrough, I went against him a couple times and he was irritated. So for me, my personal opinion was I wasn't satisfied the way he handled things. But even if you think he did a great job, I think he gets kind of, you'll see what happens. Or you could either say neither or, but and let's go ahead and see what happens with that one. So I know both of these lead to his doom, but let's see what it says when I have neither. It says it would have been better had you express enmity rather than contempt, Commander. Many in Chelax would pay a fortune to see you dismissed as a non-entity, Mediga. However, this is an insult to our honor, for we appointed you to represent Chelax. You have betrayed our trust. Leave for Agorian immediately to receive your due punishment. As you will, your majesties. I have but one request. And by the way, this is exactly what happens no matter what you choose, it looks like. Abigail's feature softened. We are aware of your request. We have always valued you, dear Mediga, and of course we shall see to it that your widow and children are provided for. And now be gone from our sight. If you didn't read between the lines here, yeah, he's about to get executed. What brings you here, your Magirix? So he dutifully leaves that he's gonna go get executed. So you are now not merely a commander to us. Abigail gracefully places her hands on her chest, over her heart. You are a great hero of the Crusades who became a devil in his lifetime. We wish to offer you the post of Governor General of Sarkoris. Drezen is now ruled by a powerful devil. Do you think Mendev is not troubled by this? It will get rid of you at the earliest opportunity. will give you an honorable exit, of course, but an exit nevertheless. But wait for this eventuality. By our will, you shall become the ruler of Sarcosis in this very moment. You will be granted a noble title, Chelaxian citizenship, and an army. You will be free to dispose of these lands as you see fit. Of course, you will be expected to heed Chelax's counsel, permit our forces to be garrisoned in Drezen, and this authority will be yours. For once, Mephistopheles does not smile. He looks at you closely. Think carefully, Commander. You owe much to Mendev, but your debt was paid in full long ago when you descended into the abyss. Queen Abigail, however, offers you a future. Mendev, exhausted by the Crusade, grows weaker while Chelax grows stronger. Hell offers power. Decide, Commander Judge Dredd, or should I say, Your Infernal Excellency Governor General Judge Dredd. Now that's a title. So basically, you have one of three options. So the Devil Mythic Path is to manage colony. That's all. I'm a devil. I have a place waiting for me in hell. Offer me something more worthy. Or you can say, lawfully, I will take up the post of Governor General. I will breathe new life into Sarcosis. Glory to great Chelax. Glory to Asmodeus. Or evil, to become a mere Governor General. I'm a devil, and only Asmodeus has power over me. I don't need handouts from Chelax. Now, I recommend doing this regardless of what you choose. Later on, choose this one first. And Mephistopheles loved this. Ha, a wonderful move. Negotiate, Commander. Negotiate to the very end, like a true devil. Abigail says, even under a layer of powder, you can see how red Abigail's cheeks are. We are willing to proclaim you one of the devils worshipped by the Church of Asmodeus. You will receive a portion of the church's income. We hope that is sufficient. So, for me, in my playthrough, and as I'm going to show you the final steps, I chose lawful and I took this. But just so you can see the alternative in case you follow the same way I recommend, let's see what happens when we choose evil to become a mere Governor General. I'm a devil and only Asmodeus has power over me. I don't need handouts from Chelax. Let's see what happens when you select this. And so this immediately levels you up to Mythic 9. And this happens regardless of the two options. So this, by the way, is how you hit Mythic 9 the other way. And Abigail says, can barely conceal herself. This blinded light, it's as if the Masters of Hell himself unleashed his flaming mace of Golarion. Commander, it was never our intention to accept your refusal. We were ready to bring an army here, but there is a power on your side we must respect. Let us part as friends. With your permission, we shall take our leave since you refuse the post of Governor General. There's nothing more for us here. Nevertheless, we wish you luck. With you here, Sarcosis will remain under Hell's control, and what benefits Lord Asmodeus also benefits us. And Mephistopheles says, it's a pity you were not satisfied, your Magistrix. I, however, am quite content. The commander has set his priorities, and, unsurprisingly, serving Lord Asmodeus is top priority. You have my sincere admiration, Commander. So there's that effect right there. Now again, I chose the other option, and it may very well be that this decision will alter the actual end of your game. I will not be showing the absolute end of your game, but I will be showing you one other important factor. After we show you this Mythic 9 level up, and after we show you the different units and how that you can potentially choose in combat that haven't been showcased yet. And of course, I will show you at Mythic 10 all the different powers of the devil. So let's see what happens when you hit Mythic 9. So obviously, you're going to get some new abilities, Hell's Seal, Hell's Vengeance, and you're going to get a mythic ability. And most importantly, you get to choose a new portrait. Now, if you're a female, you can choose this rather interesting portrait. Or if you're a male or whatever, oh my goodness. Oh! Yeah, it's pretty awesome. This portrait is the bomb. So yeah, obviously we're going to choose that one. You get the portrait and you get your normal level up. Again, even though this is still shown, for whatever reason, unlike some of the other paths like Golden Dragon, where as soon as you unlock them, they all disappear, this still shows them. But do notice they're grayed out, so you no longer get all the nifty abilities either. So you can pick whatever you want here. Now here what I have is my army, and this is after you hit Mythic 9. Again, I cited the Chelaxian forces, and this gave me a sampling of a bunch of the units, even the ones I hadn't selected earlier on. So I'm going to go ahead and show you a battle where we can see all the options, and this will help you decide even earlier on when you are choosing between the Infernal Archers, your Infernal Infantry, and Infernal Cavalry, for example. In addition, we will cover the Executioner Devils. Again, this one might be a little bugged because, again, it shows them as 0, I believe, but it still allows us to see them in combat. And you will also see the aforementioned Erinyes that are amazing, and be able to compare them to the Infernal Archers, which again are absolutely beastly as far as recruitable units go. Alright, so here we have our full Devil army. So what do we have here? We have the Infernal Archers. And again, these are your ranged mythic units, and you can make it so that these will replace your regular archers. I highly recommend it. They're really, really good. They also have Poison Strike. I only have 64 of them, but let's take a look at how effective they are. So there's that. Wow. Okay, they did a lot of damage. I may have underestimated. Oh, and it procced the second attack, which we're going to go ahead and skip. These are your cavalry units. We've seen those before. I'll show them off to them. I'll have them kind of tank here for an example. Here are your basic infantry. There's nothing really special about them. They do low damage, but they have a lot of AC, as you see, and a lot of health for being able to recruit a lot of them potentially. And then really your coup de grace units, these guys are absolutely amazing. So what's weird here is because there's 0 of them, this is that bug I mentioned, they're here on the list, but I can't even click on them. I can only kind of look at them here. There you go. And so you're going to see that they fly, they're Grand Tier units. They have 30 AC, they have 447 health, they just got godly stats. 178 to 189 damage. They have a ton of immunities. They have Lust for Battle. I don't know what that really means, but maybe that's why they have such high damage. Let's go ahead and take a look. There's their movement animations. Okay, they're afraid of us. Here are the monks we saw before. I'm literally skipping this so I can show you the executioners' attacks. It's kind of funny because they're so terrified of us. There you go, and they procced an attack. So here we go. Let's take a look at their attack animation. So, and obviously there's 0 of them, so they only can do 1 damage, but you get the idea. Again, they are kind of bugged, so hopefully they get fixed. Both of the epic options or the high-end options are kind of bugged right now, or they were for me. But they're the animations, so you can make your decision. I definitely recommend still picking them, and hopefully they'll be fixed. All right, and here, in case you want to see the monk, there's a monk smacking them around. All right, guys, so those are all of the unique units for the devil. All the different options. Some of them are going to be via decrees, like the Erinyes and the Sisters of the Golden Erinyes. So again, interesting. They are kind of related here. So they kind of worship these, I guess, or the ones that you get to choose through your interactions with the devil and Cheliax. All right, guys, let's go ahead and move on to the very final event of this guide. All right, guys, so the final kind of big kind of showing of the devil is going to be after you clear Is. So you're going to go to Is, and you're going to be interacting with the Scary. You're going to interact with the Queen. You are going to have an option whether you want to kill the Queen or not. Now, in this playthrough, I chose not to kill the Queen. Probably choosing the evil option and killing the Queen would have been probably a little bit more devilish. I'd probably recommend it because returning to Drezen would sound a little cooler if you're not showing up and having a Queen there. But, you know, it's going to have a marginal impact on some of the options of your chat. So this event that I'm going to show you right now is after you handle Is. Now remember, if the Queen is dead, she won't be in this final element. But basically, once you return to Drezen, there's going to be a bit of a coronation before you head into the very, very last thing in the game you got to do. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So here we go. Once you return victorious to Drezen from Is, here comes you as a devil. Now again, this is going to be different, obviously, if the Queen is dead. It says the gates of Drezen are open wide, and the army that came back from Iz is standing before you. Hundreds of eyes are watching your triumphant return to your city. Still wearing their human guises, the sanctimonious and haughty devils stand in the front row and give you approving to the smiles. The grim crusaders do not share their excitement, and the air is thick with tension. The crusaders of Mendev watch you and your followers with respect clearly born out of fear. They greet you with a crisp salute.
Welcome. I see you have returned. You once again saved me from death, and our army from inglorious defeat. I cannot call your methods flawless, but there is no denying they brought us victory when almost all hope had been lost. All hail the commander! Long live our hero!
Now Anivia is standing still, her pale face devoid of emotion, with a pallid visage of marble statue. She already knows about Erebeth's demise. And you can say whatever you want. Salute. Salute.
But now the Crusade must face threshold. It is time for the final confrontation. The last bloody and decisive battle. Few of us will come back alive. Give us all a few words before you lead us on what is to be our final push. Once you are finished with your speech, please come and see me. I'd like to speak with you in private.
This is a speech, your chance to demonstrate how deftly devils can weave words when aimed to please, and how menacing they can be when they wish to demonstrate their power. What you are about to say may have far-reaching consequences. Your commanding gaze sweeps over the crowd, and all sound instantly dies away. And this would probably be more dramatic if she was dead, for example, the queen. But let's just pretend that she was. So here are your three options. Chaos. Chaos has racked this land for decades, threatening to engulf Mendev until Chelax came to our aid. We now have something to pose it: discipline, power, order. Today, the Iron Alliance between Chelax and Drezen will deliver a mighty blow to the vile spawn of the Abyss. So there's your option if you kind of want to share the glory of Chelax, or you can say, I can see the way you look at me, a devil. You think that hell has come to Drezen, but you couldn't be more wrong, my warriors. Hell will come to those who defile this land. Hell will come to those who have caused you pain. You are more than mere mortal soldiers. You are the fury of hell that will obliterate the demons. You will give them hell. Glory to Asmodeus. Or option 3, we are not simply crusaders. We are Golarion. We march against the abyss, and hell marches with us. We are one. We are undefeatable Golarion. So clearly of all these three, the middle one I think is the most epic sounding and devilish. So we're going to choose that one. The crowd supports you tentatively at first, but its roars keep growing louder and more furious. And you can say, you are hell itself. I only direct your fury. After your victory, I will leave to ascend to new heights, but you will remain the greatest army of Golarion. Or, I will lead you to victory, and with me, Drezen will remain undefeatable forever. Think only of the battle. Think of how our orderly ranks will crush the squirmingly demonic throngs. So you can choose whichever you want. I chose the first one because, you know, as the devil said himself earlier, you know, these are minor squabbles. So let's see what happens when we choose the first option. And Crusaders say, we are hell. The crowd chants, we are hell, we are hell. And you can either say, we will banish chaos and establish order, order above all, or onward to threshold. The Lord of heaven and hell smiles upon us. And then you are the blades of Golarion. I will temper you into the fires of hell. Asmodeus grant us victory. So whichever one you want. I don't know. Let's do the second one. And the Crusaders say, glory to Iamede. Hail Asmodeus from the devil executioners. You feel fire and fury blaze up inside you as if the gates have opened on Golarion. Your wrathful battle cry carries across the plains from heaven to the very depths of hell. And you're going to notice in a second that you're going to have a mix of powers when we look at the mythic abilities, and this mixture will kind of make sense.
This is where my crusade ends, Commander. Without Beth, I don't belong here.
Ah, too bad, so sad. The storyteller appears behind you as if from nowhere. The storyteller rubs his chin pensively. I've heard many speeches in my life, but none have managed to simultaneously fill me with awe and fury until now. You pluck heartstrings like a virtuoso, as any true devil should. It's a shame you have decided to abandon Drezen. You're proving to be a competent ruler, but I understand that devils are ambitious, and a small fortress will not be enough. Sooner or later, you will set your eyes on new conquests. I hope you find hell to be more exciting than this backwater. And just like that, that is the speech. It may not be, in my opinion, quite as epic as the Lich or Swarm.Walk's speeches, which are ridiculous. In fact, if you want to see what they're all about, make sure to check out my ultimate guides to the Lich and ultimate guide to the Swarm.Walks. Now, with that being said, the last thing we're going to go ahead and take a look at is all Mythic 10 progressions. Now, you will unlock your Mythic 10 progression as you head to the end game. I'm not going to spoil that very last element for you guys, but I will go ahead and load up and show you guys what all the powers are that you unlock, and of course the look as well. We're going to highlight once again. There it is, pretty glorious. Alright, so let's take a look at a Mythic 10 Devil, and we'll start with Mythic level 8. We're just focusing on the unique things you gain for the Devil. So you get Hell's Domain. So at Mythic 8, gain the ability to use Dominate Monster as a spell-like ability at will. That's pretty good. You can do it as much as you want. That's a high-level ability. Additionally, you gain Fire Resistance 20 and a +4 bonus on saving throws against poison. Not bad. You also get Hell's Decree. As you become a Devil, you gain the ability to issue Hell's Decrees a number of times per day equal to your Mythic rank. If a saving throw is involved, it's DC 10 plus double your Devil's Mythic rank. So at max level, it's a DC 30, which is not bad. We're going to take a look at all of them because there's quite a few options for those in a second. At Mythic level 9, you're going to get Hell's Vengeance. So you gain the ability to use Hellfire Ray and Power Word Stun as spell-like abilities at will. So again, as much as you want. Additionally, you gain immunity to fire, cold, and acid resistance 10, and all your weapons count as being lawful and evil. You're also going to get the ability of Hell Seals. So the Devil gains the ability to place Hell Seals on allies. They activate when certain conditions are met. You can use this ability a number of times per day equal to your Mythic rank, but only one seal can be placed on a single ally at one time. And again, we'll go over all of those in a moment. And then at Mythic level 10, Hell's Rule, you gain the ability to use Overwhelming Presence and Power Word Kill as spell-like abilities at will as much as you want. And you're going to get Hell's Authority. You gain the ability to use the Authority of Hell to shape Mythic powers into other forms. So 3 times per day, you can gain the ability to use Sword of Heaven, ability of 1 improvement, or Demonic Rage with 1 aspect for the next 10 minutes. So up to 30 minutes a day of this, and these are basically the main features of the Demonic or the Heaven path. So that's kind of interesting, and we'll take a look at those options as well. So real quick, okay, so we'll start by looking at the at-will abilities. So Overwhelming Presence. So this is an AoE ability, 30-foot burst. It's a level 9 spell that you can use infinitely. So your presence inspires incredible awe in those nearby. Creatures that fail a saving throw against the spell. And again, so your presence inspires incredible awe in those nearby. A creature that fails a saving against the spell falls to the ground and prostrates itself before you, which I believe is like bows. Believing it bows before a divine presence. The creatures are cowering for the duration of the spell. Each round after that, they can make a new save. Power Word Kill, another level 9 spell you can use as much as you want. You utter a single word of power and instantly kill 1 creature of your choice, whether the creature can hear the words or not. Any creature that currently has 101 or more hit points is unaffected by Power Word Kill. So again, they have to be kind of low on health. I don't use this that often. In D&D, this is a really powerful ability. But in this game, I don't know, it's kind of weird to time. unless you're doing like turn-based mode. Dominate monster is the one you get earlier on at Mythic level 8. It's also a level 9 spell. Spell functions like dominate person, except that the spell is not restricted by creature types. So basically, you can make creatures fight on your side, and they have a will save to basically break free of it. Powered stun, it's obviously a weaker level of the powered kill. So you utter a single word of power that instantly causes one creature of your choice to become stunned, whether they can hear your words or not. Duration of the spell depends on the target's current hit points. So if you have 151 or more hit points, they're unaffected. 50 or less hit points, duration is 44 rounds. 51 to 100, duration is 2d4 rounds, and 101 to 150, 24 rounds. So this is a little bit more, it works on enemies up to 150 hit points, unlike Powered Kill where it has to be under 101. Hellfire Ray, it's a lower level spell, but again, it's a ranged ability spell. You can fire one ray plus one additional ray for every 4 caster levels beyond 11th, and each ray is a touch attack, so it's much easier to hit, and deals 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 15d6. It's half the damage is fire damage, the other half results directly from an unholy power, and is therefore not subject to being reduced by fire resistance. Now let's take a look at the other abilities here. So we'll go ahead and start with Hell's Decrees. And so it has a little menu here. And so you can go ahead, use Decree of the Hunt. You cast this on a friendly unit. You grant one ally the ability to mark an enemy as the target for the hunt. You lose control of this ally immediately, and they try to attack the prey, gaining a bonus to attack and damage rolls equal to your mythic rank. So at mythic rank 10, it's going to get plus 10 to hit and plus 10 to damage, but they just kind of go autopilot against attacking somebody. Decree of Vengeance. One ally goes into battle madness until the end of combat. Ally attacks enemies indiscriminately, but gains a number of temporary hit points equal to 10 times your mythic rank. So mythic 10 gets 100. Additionally, each time this ally kills a target, they gain DR5 evil, plus the bonus to CMD and saving throws against movement impairments, paralysis and stunning effects until the end of combat, and this bonus stacks up to 5 times. Decree of Never-Ending War. It targets all enemies within 50 feet burst centered on the caster. All enemies in a 50-foot radius have to make a will saving throw, and again, the difficulty class is 30, which is pretty high. If they fail this, they become enemies to everybody and start attacking targets indiscriminately. So especially against lower level enemies, this is a great way to turn them on your side. Decree of Hell's Fires, and targets all enemies within a 50-foot burst centered on the caster. All enemies of 50-foot radius are dealt 2d10 damage per your mythic rank, half fire, half unholy. So again, this is going to be at mythic rank 10, 20d10s. It affects this if after this damage their hit points is lower than 10 times your mythic rank, so under 100 at max rank. They must make a fortitude save throw. If they fail, they die. That's pretty epic. Then you get Decree of Abjuration. You can cast it on one friendly target. One ally is ordered to only use one skill of magic, but the potency of the spell is increased considerably. Caster level and DC of saving throws against this ally's spell is increased by half your mythic rank. And so there's a button for Abjuration. There's one for Conjuration, Divination, Enchantment, Evocation, Illusion, Necromancy, and Transmutation. So again, they will only be able to cast this type of magic, whichever one you cast on them, but get all those benefits, and then all the other spell types get disabled. So those are the Hell's Decrees. Next we have Hell Seals. The first one is Seal of Devouring Flames. So you cast this on a friendly character, and when the hit point of the ally drops below 5 times mythic rank, so at max rank 50, they immediately die, dealing all enemies in a 30-foot range radius 2d10 times mythic rank damage. So again, max level, it's going to be 20d10 damage, half fire, half unholy in the process. So it's kind of, they're basically martyrs. And so, you know, if you have a weak character that tends to die a lot, You can cast this on him. I haven't tested this. I'm assuming it's just friendly creatures, so you can probably cast this on summons or pets as well. So that could be a nice little, almost like a necromantic corpse explosion almost. Then we got Seal of Fear Eater, cast on a friendly target. When the ally would become shaken or frightened, they instead gain the benefits of heroic invocation and rage spells for a number of rounds equal to your mythic rank. So it kind of turns fear upside down. Then we have Seal of Burning Flames. When your ally's hit point drops below 15 times your mythic rank, so 150 max rank, the seal deals 1d8 per your mythic rank damage, half fire, half unholy, to all enemies, so that's up to 10d8s. And they must make a reflex saving throw or start burning for 2d6 half fire, half unholy damage each round. Not bad. It doesn't require a sacrifice. Then you have Seal of Fire Eating. When fire damage is dealt to your ally, they are healed for 3d6 per mythic rank hit points, and their attacks deal additional 2d6 unholy damage for the number of rounds equal to your mythic rank. Not bad. And finally, you have Seal of Reflective Mind. When your ally is making a saving throw against an illusion or enchantment spell, they automatically succeed. Additionally, the caster is then targeted by the same effect, the DC of its saving throw increasing by a number equal to half your mythic rank, so up to 5. So that can be a nice backfire spell. And then finally, let's go ahead and take a look at the Demonic Rage options for you, as well as the Sword of Heaven. So if you choose Demonic Rage, the power of the Abyss courses through the demon waiting to be unleashed, so through you. You can enter Demonic Rage as a free action. The Demonic Rage lasts until the end of combat. While in Demonic Rage, you gain +2 bonus on attack rolls, damage rolls, caster level checks, reflex saving throws. DC for all save throws against your spells and abilities are increased by 2. And then it says it increases by ranks. I'm assuming we're counted as Mythic 10, so it should be up to 3, I think. And then you get to apply one of these 8 options. So Aspect of Babau. So demons adopt the Aspect of Babau, gain bonus on all mobility, trick, and stealth skill checks equal to half your mythic rank +1. Aspect of Babau increases the user's sneak attack damage during Demonic Rage by 2d6. Any creatures that strike the demon with a Babau aspect during Demonic Rage with a non-reach weapon suffer 2d6 damage. And both of these increase by 1d6 at 6th and 9th. So it should be 4d6 on all of them. Then your next option is Aspect of Brimark. Demons adopt Aspect of Brimark, gain a bonus to all mobility, trickery, and use magic device skill checks equal to half your mythic rank +1. It doesn't stack with other bonuses from demonic aspects. Any creature that strikes a demon with a Brimark aspect during Demonic Rage on its weapon suffer 2d6 fire damage. This increases by 1d6 at 6th and 9th, so again we'll go up to 46. Whenever a demon with an aspect of Brimark casts a spell that deals damage in Demonic Rage, spell deals +2 damage per die rolled, and it increases again by an extra 2 at 6th and 9th rank. Then we have Aspect of Incubus. You're gonna get bonus on all Persuasion, Athletic, and Lore nature skill checks equal to half your demon rank +1. It doesn't stack with other demon aspects, but that's not gonna play a role here. Whenever a demon with Aspect of Incubus casts a spell or use an ability during Demonic Rage, increase its DC by 1, increases 2 more times at 6th to 9th rank, so you're going to get a +3. While Demonic Rage, demon with Aspect of Incubus gain a +4 bonus to weapon damage rolls, and it's going to increase to 6 and then +8, so it's going to be +8 when you have access to this. Next, you have Aspects of Calavacus. Demons adopt Aspects of Calavacus. You gain a bonus to all Perception, Athletics, and use magic device skill checks. So it's going to be, again, +6 because it's 5 +1. While during the Rage, demons with the Aspect get a +2 bonus to CMD, CMB, and natural armor to AC. And this increases +1 2 more times. So you're actually going to get +4 to AC, CMB, and CND. Whenever a demon with the Aspect of Calavacus succeed at a combat maneuver check during a Demonic Rage, you can make an attack against the target as a free action. Then you're going to get Aspect of Nabasu. You're going to get bonuses to all lore, religion, perception, and use magic device skill checks. Again, you're going to get a +6 bonus total. When in Demonic Rage, you get a +2 bonus on all saving throws, and that is actually going to be +4 because we're Mythic 10. And during Demonic Rage, all enemies within 30 feet of a demon with Aspect of Nabu get a -1 penalty to fortitude saves and attack rolls, and that's really going to be -3 to both. Aspect of Sheer, they're going to get bonuses of +6 to lore, nature, mobility, athletic skill checks. While raging, you're going to basically get a +4 bonus on all melee attack rolls. And during Demonic Rage, your demon with the Aspect of Sheer gains a powerful charge ability, increasing the number of weapon damage dice by 2 and applying an additional 1.5 of your demon's strength bonuses to damage from charge. Aspect of the Succubus, you're going to get +6 to your all persuasion, perception, knowledge, world skill checks. While raging, all enemies within a 30-foot range are going to get a -1 penalty on will saves and -1 penalty to attack rolls, while allies within a 30 range get a +1 bonus to will saves and attack rolls, and immunity to compulsion and fear effects, and they increase by 1 at 6th and 9th level. So basically, all allies get a +3 to will saves and attack rolls. All enemies get a -3 to will saves and attack rolls. That's pretty nice. And finally, there's Aspect of Rock. You're going to get a +6 to knowledge arcana, knowledge world, lore, religion skill checks. When you're raging, you're going to get a +2 bonus on range attack rolls, and it's going to increase again 2 times, so it's going to be +4. All spells and non-physical abilities that the demon with the Aspect of Rock uses during Demonic Rage count as reach spells. And during Demonic Rage, all enemies within 30 feet of the demon get a -1 penalty, reflex saving rolls, and move as if on hard terrain. And it increases again 2 more times. So it's going to be really -3 to reflex saves. Now you get a similar effect. You can choose to you basically get Sword of the Heaven. So baseline, angels can imbue their weapons with holy power. Weapons imbued with holy power deal an additional 2d6 holy damage on attack, while spells and abilities used while holding imbued weapon deal an additional 2 dice of damage or heal an additional 2 dice of damage. So ironically, you could be a devil doing holy damage. And you can apply any one of these effects. So Abolish Guile. So they all the weapons the angel uses become a bane to all guile. Creature wielding them becomes immune to compulsion effects. Healing spells cast by the creature now remove all mind-affecting effects from the target. Creatures that commonly use compulsion suffer an additional 50% damage from the wielder as holy damage. Abolish Disease. A creature wielding them become immune to diseases. Healing spells cast by the creature now remove all diseases from the target and also remove fatigue, exhaustion, sickness, and exhausted conditions. Creatures that apply disease on attacks or on otherwise closely linked to disease suffer an additional 50% of damage from the wielder as holy damage. Abolish Poison. A creature wielding them becomes immune to poison. Healing spells cast by the creature now remove all poisons from the target and heal all ability damage and ability drain. Creatures that apply poison on attackers or are otherwise closely linked to poison suffer an additional 50% damage from the wielder of the holy damage. Abolish Undeath. A creature wielding them becomes immune to death effects and energy drain. Healing spells cast by the creature now remove paralysis and all negative levels from the target. Undead creatures suffer additional 50% damage from the wielder as holy damage. Bestow Divine. Angels can now imbue weapons of others with the same holy powers. Angel can still imbue weapons for only one creature. So this one is not, I don't think it's good for your solo because the angels get to combo multiple of these powers. This one you can only choose one, so you can do it if you want to cast on somebody else, but probably not so powerful. Everlasting Flame, Sword of Heaven LS 1 minute per mythic rank, as opposed to, I believe it's 1 round. So this is a way to just, if you just want the straight up damage buff to last as long as possible. So it would be 10 minutes here. And Guile of the Faithful, attacks with the imbued weapon now mark the target for 1 minute, making the target invisible, giving the target a -40 penalty to stealth check and -4 penalty to AC. That's only useful if you're going against invisible enemies. Grant Blessing, additional damage and healing from Sword of Heaven are now maximized. So that's pretty cool. Those are all your options. Again, not as powerful in a lot of ways as some of the other pathways, but definitely unique. And if you like the theme, this could be a fun and different alternative high-end playstyle. Alright guys, I hope you guys enjoyed this guide. If you've watched all the way through here, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys enjoyed this guide as well as my other guides. As always, if you want to help me support the channel and make sure that I can make more of these guides in the future, make sure to like, subscribe, leave the comments. It helps greatly for little channels like mine when it comes to the YouTube algorithm. You can always check out the merch store as well, the description below. Check out, get cool t-shirts like this or the cool mugs or stickers, etc. That's a great way to show your support as well. Alright guys, with that being said, thank you so very much. I'll see you guys in my next video, and you guys have a good one.